Go7 king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7 king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog.
It still counts. It still counts.
Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Okay, okay. The jingle should be the same. Everyone hit up that Patreon link. Hey. My music's so quiet for some reason. There we go. Alrighty. Got a bunch of replays to go through. Starting with lunahalo. And a Sasha mirror. Everyone's favorite. Map is... Oh, this is the Fog Round 2 tournament map. I am feeling a bit better, yeah. Who needs to submit replays when you can just make it yourself? That's true. I think I have 10 patrons. Can Sasha get the APC faster than Sturm? No. If you're talking about the rush, Sturm's gonna have a better APC rush for sure. Nah. She only makes 100 extra off of each property. So you start with 3, so it takes 4 turns before you get an increment of 1,000 off of your extra income. Yeah, but it's not just the APC that you need. You need the APC and the Recons. You're playing Sasha into Von Bolt here? I think that I like that matchup personally, Sasha and Von Bolt. I'm currently playing this as Sturm against Von Bolt. For anyone that didn't catch it, there was a LVJD's game on this. He was Sturm as player 1. And he just APC rushed the HQ and took it with a bunch of recon support. Did my match on this map include the early APC cheese? I was aware of it. I mean, anytime you see a fog map and the HQ is not covered by a black boat and especially when it's not in a very favorable path of the captures, like in this case there's this city and then you have to go way over here to start capturing anything more, so it's pretty difficult to justify having an early presence at your own HQ. That's going to always leave it open to being HQ rushed. You kind of look like Von Bolt. Oh no. Oh no, neither me nor my opponent attempted the HQ rush. I'm not a huge fan of the HQ rush, especially if you're... Maybe you could do it as Sasha, but if your opponent is aware of it and they just put something on their HQ, then you'll just lose the game. And I don't really want to put my tournament life in the hands of whether or not they're going to prepare for it or not. It's totally valid to go for it, I guess. And at this stage in my Advanced Wars by Web career, I'm not super fond of HQ rushes, which is why I'll be one of the players to point them out when it's available on the map so that it can be usually fixed. Because it's not a fun experience. The first time you do an HQ rush, it's going to be very exhilarating. Because you're like, oh, I'm doing something very risky and daring. But that's very quickly just going to be very boring, and it's a very miserable experience for your opponent. So I'm not in favor of them. You lost this in a Sturm versus Sturm. You misread the map. Oh no. There are 4 comm towers on this map, which is a very big deal, and something that Sturm's going to have an advantage in trying to control because of how effective Sturm's recons are and how fast they're going to deploy. They get to ignore these forests and everything. Yeah, if you haven't done an HQ rush yet, the first time you ever do it, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. But very quickly, HQ rushes, because there's so few variables involved, you can just be like, how risky is this to do? Okay, I'll just do it, and my opponent has like a very slim chance of stopping me. Because there's no way for them to tell whether or not you're going for an HQ rush or not. So it's up to them, I guess, to decide if they want to hurt their own capture phase in trying to guard their HQ. Sight unseen. Obviously, if they can look at your match history and see that you go for a lot of HQ rushes, then they can pretty much get a free win against you by just sitting on their HQ. But personally, I think they're not something to desire. Undesirable. You're like hiding in the fog. This is the map for the second round of the fog tournament of the Smacky Cup, I think. It's tier 1. Javier is obviously banned because there's 4 comm towers, and they're all semi-contested. They're all in the middle, or like along the middle diagonal. Although this one's a lot easier for this person to reach, of course, because they actually have like capture chains leading towards it. And then you have double airport in the back. Yeah, War Comm Tower Javier sounds fun. But yeah, that's why he's banned. If you're playing Sturm, because he's, of course, he doesn't really break the capture phase too much on this map, so he's allowed. And if you're playing Sturm, you have the nice advantage of not necessarily needing to deal with these pipes, because you can just ignore the downside of moving through these forests. Final should be banned. Yeah, I've been a busy penguin. For other players, for pretty much every other CO, breaking these pipes is a very big deal because it gives you more direct access to the middle, and especially like this pipe lets both of these bases ignore these double forest tiles, or at least this base. For Sturm, he doesn't care. Like, you might as well just go through these forests rather than going through this pipe. It's unless you're going straight up here, it like doesn't matter. Just fun facts. I think there's quite a few openings you could do on this map. There's definitely going to be some recon stuff you can get away with. This is a lone base over here, and it has a lot of captures that are very predictable in where they're going to go. So try and catch them, especially because there's like this forest right here. So a tank built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doesn't actually cover this city. So you can get some free harassment there if you make it there in time. You have very fast access to your airports, so you could do like a transport copter opening, or you could even do like a battle copter opening if you want to be really spicy. You feel like Hawk is superior to Von Bolt on 4 tower maps because Black Wave and 140 attack versus 9 HP units destroys Von Bolt. That's a math stat I did not know. But that does not require having... Oh, I guess he already has the +10. You're right. If you have 2 comm towers, that's all you need. Does that allow 2-hit KOs or something that you wouldn't normally get? It is a very wide front, so Von Bolt's super isn't going to be usually quite so game defining. Rubber was saying it's 20 plus 20 from comm towers, plus 10 from just being Hawk, and plus 10 from having a power active. They reached a 140. If Hawk gets all the comm towers, well, if anyone gets all the comm towers, then they're going to be in a very nice spot. I got 15 viewers. I'll hop on into it. I was just talking about the map a bit before this, and that it's part of the Fog Tournament Round 2. I'm currently playing. There was a game that finished very quickly. That was HQ Cheese. Sturm. I should actually turn these people. I think this is sent in by lunahalo. Turn these people into the colors. Sturm is used for the cheese, so you can get your recons to support your HQ cap. Can we get comp by with all 4 towers, please? What? Oh. I see. lunahalo attacked the pipe seam for 1 damage. That's why that's why it looked like the penguin didn't move. It did. Approaching the other base. It's fine to go for that attack. That 1 damage might matter. And it's not like you're going to be hiding information that you're going for your neutral base. Depending on what you're using to attack the pipe seam, you will be able to give a lot of information to your opponent, potentially. Like if you go for tank first and you move your tank out and then hit a pipe seam, you will have now told your opponent how you opened the game. Yeah, that can be a very risky thing. Okay, looks like a non-1 is going to go for a Recon opener. Or lunahalo is going to go for an APC opener. Very fancy. We'll see how this plays out. If the Recon goes exactly where the APC is planning, then it could kind of shut it down, but probably what's going to happen is that the APC is going to accelerate maybe through here in the middle, and then this Recon will go hit this 1 base side. Because the 1 base side is always a safer spot to harass, because they don't really want to build tanks down there. They want to get as many infantry as possible to actually fulfill their capture phase. Turn the music down just a bit. Okay. Get a little boost. To get that city. Sure. And this is lining it up to either drop down in the middle or drop over here. A little bit awkward of a boost because now this guy was kind of primed to get this city. So now I guess it's gonna walk. It must walk to the middle and go for this like chain. That's not so bad. Then we have a Recon to follow it up. Okay, APC Recon. Usually you prefer to go APC into tank, so you have some more defensive firepower. Okay, so this Recon is not going to be used. I guess really the Recon would have been built down here on the 2 bases if it was going to harass this side. And I would probably prefer it gets built down here anyway, because you eat up an infantry build on the one base. But we'll see if it's able to actually get some harassment over here. It will potentially... Oh, whoa. Okay. That boosts to get this city. Very, very close to home APC boosts there. It's still getting accelerations, which is good. And it's very safe. I mean, you're not gonna expect having this harassed when it's right there in front of your bases. Usually, the APC openers goes for like a one close boost as it gets into position to like launch units into the more contested areas. But in this case, that might have gotten punished. So it's certainly working out. Recon moves forward. Tanks. The 2 base side, moving down to this corner. Maybe some ideas of trying to take this comm tower, or just deny the comm tower. Okay, so didn't go for over here. I probably would have felt like over here would be a safer capture to go for, like a capture chain to go for. In this case, I would have been wrong. There would have been a recon. But down here is where I would expect my opponent to send harassment. It is pretty awkward to get vehicles down here to protect, and they have the 2 bases feeding into this area. I do not know what the ELOs are. Does anyone know if APC supplying a stealth fighter is seen by an opponent? I think they will see that it hit resupply. Okay. Not quite sure what's going on with that boost. They're both over here. Not a huge fan of this APC usage. It could have gone here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So it could have gone here and dropped off. And that would have been out of vision of the recon. The infantry dropped off, and it would be threatening to go for this city. As is, this is just threatening to go for the city that the recon's sitting on, and so is this guy. And then there's no like infantry in the back to pick up yet, because this guy has to finish his capture. So it's a little bit slow, but it is going to be pretty intimidating for this recon to attack any infantry right now, because this is so close to the base. It might feel comfortable just sitting on the property though and denying these guys from actually capping anything, as that's one of the things that recons love to do. It's not necessarily about going for the damage. Down here, I would say this is a little too safe. You don't need to be sitting on this HQ when you see APC recon over here. You can be pretty comfortable in just moving all the way out as far as possible. Plus, you'll still be covered by your other tank, just to give you some more space and some more vision. Unless you're trying to be like super crafty or something. Okay, the recon decides to retreat into these woods, which is fine. I think it gets hit. It will get hit, which is a little unfortunate. Actually, yeah. It should know that it's going to get hit, because both of these bases, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here, and 6 to here, both of these reach in one turn. Or one turn, or I guess in 2 turns. So, in that case, it wasn't a safe force to go for, where neither of those reach this city, so it would have been safer to just stay on the city. Or just back up towards here. So very unfortunate that the recon gets taken out, but that's how it goes. And it can be very difficult to remember all of the tank ranges, the ranges of the base, when you're worried about the day 8 HQ rush. Yeah. Is the Sasha mirror the closest equivalent to just not having COs? The Sasha mirror is the least fun to play because you can have multiple turns where one Sasha is able to just continually stop the other Sasha from getting a power. Probably thought the tank went like this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's possible. Or no, you know. Based on this APC movement, you're gonna know that there can't have been a tank. Because the APC picked up an infantry and then picked up this infantry. The real question is, what is Go7 hiding behind his crown? a big penguin brain. Yeah, the Sasha mirror is not very fun to play because Sasha's all about controlling your opponent's CO power. And then when you're on the receiving end of that as a CO that's supposed to be controlling your opponent's CO power, it can be absolutely brutal. We'll see how they go about it though. I'm not a huge fan of that attack because I don't think it's possible to keep that that pressure up on that city. So it's gonna delay this by one turn, and then you lose a whole unit for that. Where it could like fall back to this forest to make it more difficult to try and hunt down, much more dangerous. In this case, it saves a like an action to kill off the infantry, and it only slows us down by one turn, and it's even to 8. So after it finishes, it will just heal up to 10 and still be threatening the comm tower. Super fast. Yeah, Nova, it does, and because when you use your power, you do get the +10 stats. It also means you get to outstat your opponent. Okay. Very, very cautious. Usually if you're opening fast, like double tank into an area, you want to be aggressive with it. In this case, I guess the idea is I'll be waiting just to trap stuff. Maybe get some strikes that lunahalo isn't anticipating. And then we just have tanks being chained up here in response to seeing the APC. I probably would have prioritized going for this comm tower over this capture. Just because at this point in the game, the fighting has kind of already started. Or it's about to start en masse, and there's already been some skirmishes. It's also harder to stop the comm tower than the city. Which might be why they went for this city. They're like, well, if I can get it now, then it'll be much easier than later. I would say I hate the eagle mirror more for sure. Didn't interrupt this comm tower. That's true. Oh no, definitely finish the comm tower first. Everyone makes these mistakes, but that probably would have killed the Recon. And 1 health Recon is a very scary unit. It's not like it's more scary than a 10 health Recon. It's just that it's almost as scary as 10 health Recon. And it looks like we're gonna have see some pipe seams get broken here. Tank just sits on the comm tower. It doesn't have vision of the infantry. What you could do there, it would be pretty risky. I don't know if I would do it, but you could put this tank on the missile platform to get vision and then strike it. Although it might not have been. It might have been the case that Anon wasn't sure if the infantry was there or not. Okay, then we just have lots of tank production. Single anti-air down here. And then lunahalo starts attacking up here. It was pretty bold to go for that capture. But there is some backup, so it should work out all right. Reveals the tank hiding in the woods. And we have tank on tank strike here. Tank follow-up. Anon doesn't have the best vision in this part of the battlefield. There's no recons. So I'm going to anticipate that the tanks will gang up, finish off the 7 health tank, and then the other 2 tanks will get to jump in here with a lot of infantry support and the recon support. Potentially just taking the city right back. Okay. We have the Neo Tank bot, which is very scary. It's very, very good against a tank heavy playstyle. And it looks like this is the pipe seam that's being prioritized to break for Anon. And I imagine it's going to break this turn, in fact. Grabs that second comm tower right away. Does kill. Wow. Just straight up kill on that tank. Sits on the city with this guy. It's a nice interrupt over here. Bring some more infantry over. You can see that because of the double artillery that haven't paid off yet with breaking the pipe seams, there's a delay in the quality of the reinforcements. It was a fast 2 tanks, and now there's going to be like an anti-air follow-up, and otherwise it's just infantry. Okay, we got lots of tanks moving up here. Double the tanks of lunahalo, so should be able to win that area. And similarly, lunahalo should be able to win this area. There's the pipe seam broken. It actually broke before the end of the turn, so there's been a patch for that. Well, you know, I can take my break between studies. Don't worry, I'll be getting right back to finals after the stream. Okay. Here, indeed, we do see the double tank hits. Ooh, and a nice kill. And then here's the first market crash. You can see how this can kind of shut your opponent out of their own power. If we look back at the end there for Anon, they just barely missed out on getting their power first. So, as for whether or not, actually that's like the perfect market crash because it doesn't, it got its full value in the amount of charge it took away. There's just like a tiny bit left over. Okay, there's a retreat over here. Fight in the middle. These guys are covered by this tank. Just that tank. Looking very good for lunahalo. Has the initiative power-wise in the Sasha mirror, which is really good, but down in comm towers currently. It's ironic how much effort math can take when it's so useful for being lazy. Yeah. From your experience, it's one Sasha, then the other getting the power. You can definitely chain it. It kind of comes down to how well you can control the flow of combat. It could be that lunahalo might have popped the power too soon, in that wasn't able to generate more power. Ooh, goes in there, interrupts the capture. Goes for the hit on the infantry, but it's going to lose the tank for that. Well, this is against the one base side, so I kind of like it. Injuring all of the infantry over here to make sure that even if Anon kind of loses this front, it'll be a while before lunahalo can really consolidate and take everything. This pipe team has 2 HP. And now that this one is broken, and soon this pipe team will be broken, Anon's going to have much faster deployments towards these fronts than lunahalo will. So it looks like almost, there's just 7,000 residual for lunahalo's last power usage. And I don't think there's enough combat here to get that like bar and a half. The game isn't quite at that super brawly stage where lunahalo is going to be able to just chain powers. Yeah, almost just like a single, like almost like a fourth of a bar. Yeah. Poor Anon. Anon's got 2 comm towers. It's lunahalo that's only got 1. Alright, time to fall back. We'll see if Anon uses the power here. It can be dangerous to save it. Especially if you go in with vehicles. Yeah, the power is going to be used here. For sure. And then that'll put the tempo in Anon's favor. At least for now. Here comes the Neo tanks. There's the market. Oh no! Oh no! Anon built the Neo tank and then market crashed. Oh no! So that's something that everyone's done as Sasha. No worries, I've done it too. It hurts a lot. Okay, well now see, lunahalo has enough for the charge. And you can still use your market crash in this situation to drain off all of the residual charge that Anon had, or you can try and save it up to if you can get like multiple bars when they have nothing, then you can super deny them charge. But it looks like lunahalo wants to go for the power here. The one shot, I don't think the power was needed to one shot that. Maybe it's more for trying to beat up this artillery. One time you were so intent on not making that mistake, you instead forgot to build units. Okay. I really like lunahalo falling back here. But I don't like how these units are now pretty much doing nothing. They're just like very slowly moving down here, I guess. The HQ is actually in such a spot where if Anon had an infantry in range, just take it and nothing could contest it. That's not a good situation to be in. You see, Anon is quite a ways away from getting a power now. Does have the artillery and multiple Neo tanks coming into this fight, although they're hanging really far back. I guess trying to get lunahalo to overextend into them, which can work. It's always a choice in Fog whether or not you want to hide your units to try and like keep a brawl going so you can get more value off of them, or if you want to kind of shove them forward and have your other units make attacks that are now going to be kind of free because your opponent needs to run away. Defending your HQ is overrated. I agree. Okay. We'll see here. Copter goes back, finishes off that tank. Neo tank falls back, kills off this tank. This tank falls back. Infantry falls back. This one just decides to take a shot at the artillery. Okay, making sure that there is actually a unit in range to cover the HQ. I agree. Falling really far back over here, okay. I probably would have prioritized going for this comm tower over the city. Although it is your opponent's city, so I can understand wanting to go for it. Okay, now there's a copter in range and a tank in range. So it's I mean, it's still possible, I think, to just take it. You capture here, infantry here, tank here, anti-air here. It's just GG. But Anon doesn't have like a recon to scout out where all of lunahalo's units are. So it would still be pretty risky to go for it. Okay, that won't hold. You really need the infantry to be in the hardest to reach spot, because it's a 1 HP infantry. Yeah. So this almost holds. If they had just put this guy up here instead, it would be good. But now this can be broken by the copter or the tank, and then the other one can hit the HQ. Or save the HQ. Neotank says hi. It's a full-on attack, and Anon again is going to miss out on this power just barely. I mean, huge power advantage to lunahalo, who's going to definitely save their HQ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, actually, I guess there was also the play of the Neotank could have broken this pipe seam, which is at 55, and then this copter could get involved. Okay. Lots of attacks down here. Finishes off that tank. Finishes off the artillery. Great heal. Hit in the woods. Very nice. lunahalo just kind of wipes out everything down here. Ooh, oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess there are multiple units that can reach this tile. So it's okay. Maybe even a tank here wouldn't be enough if these guys can also reach. Just not quite to the HQ. Take out the anti-air. Go for the comm tower, making this Neotank kind of only have the choice of hitting an infantry. Luna does not see the HP of a unit when it runs over the HQ. That's correct. You see the unit move with the bomber build. Oh, why? Why the bomber build, though? lunahalo is not going to use the normal power, huh? That is a weird choice. I guess the idea is that Anon just has so much charge that it doesn't matter. Anon is also not using the power. Okay, I probably would have used it earlier. Well, I don't know if any of these attacks actually mattered. Well, now Anon does get to do multiple powers in a row against lunahalo. Very weird that that wasn't used. Although I don't think it super matters at this point, because so many units are just dying. The HQ cap ended in failure. Neo tank ignores the other Neo tank to go after this artillery. Neo tank comes in, hits this tank. Copter tank kills tank probably. Yeah, this is looking very, very GG. You can kind of tell, both from just the engagements and also you just look at the unit count. 34 to 19. Very difficult to come back against that, especially on such a wide map where you need to have units kind of strewn across it in order to defend all your properties. I've already seen LVG JD's game on this map. It's just an HQ rush. Okay, you can see the chain of the market crashes. Does get in the very nice Neo and Neo strike here. Lots of Neo and Neo strikes. Actually, so many that it actually gives lunahalo the power all over again. Yeah, at this point, it's so difficult to hold on. Everything up here has been taken out, which means all these properties are at risk. Lunahalo has now also evened out the comm towers. Okay, take that out. I like Lunahalo's overall strategy of kind of ignoring the Neo tanks and just focusing on killing all of the supporting units. Like down here, I think 3 health Neo tank. I could be wrong. Tank and 3 health Neo tank might kill anti-air. Anti-air kills copter, 1 health tank kills artillery, and then this Neo tank has no vision. Didn't go for it though. That's fine. Just falls back. Let the bomber come into play. Take out the Neo tank. Anti-air gets a strike. You can see how little vision you have once you've kind of run out of support units for the Neo tanks. They really don't see much. Ooh. Gutsy play to just take a step down into those woods after seeing a bomber. But Anon's kind of in the situation where you have to go for very risky plays. Yeah, the tank just checks for it. These captures are going to be pretty free. Ooh. The bomber decides not to go for the Neo tank strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just goes for the tank. Okay. Very cautious. When there would have been an anti-air follow-up. Usually you take those. Poor blind little golf balls, yeah. And then Anon resigns. Yeah. I think that's a fair resignation when you're down so much in unit value. Kind of doing fine when it comes to income. Or not unit value, but unit count. There was some misplays when it came to the power usage, but I think lunahalo had a really nice early aggression over here and then fall back before getting really punished. That was very nice. And then Anon kind of had an overextension that happened down here trying to control this comm tower. But yeah, the safe play worked out. I agree. I still think it was a little too safe, but it did work out. Okay. Wulong Sammy versus AutoSpinCurb Kindle. I don't have my bow tie on. Oh, what did I changed the hotkeys to be these. Oh, I'm evil. There we go. Evil Pangy. Yeah, Nova, I think you said that something like this is one of your favorite matchups, right? Or at least that Sammy and Kindle are favorite COs. Okay, I think this was sent in by AutoSpinCurb. Well, they're already the Penguins, so I'm not going to switch. This is looking like a classic matchup on this map. This is the same fog tournament, but this is the round 1 map instead of the round 2. Catfight over the properties. Okay. So on this map, you have an infantry or a foot soldier only base. Both players here, you can see it. It's that way because it's surrounded by mountains. So if you build anything that's not a foot soldier, you won't be able to move. You could turn it into a turret by like building a rocket. But usually you're just going to pump out infantry and then maybe mechs. And then you have a very contested area in between the 1 base side, the 2 base side, the 2 base side consisting of a base and then the foot soldier only base. And this contested area has the comm tower, as well as some cities and missile platforms. So very heavy terrain and a missile, or not a missile, a mountain. So Sammy's going to have a nice advantage because she's got really strong infantry. And when she goes for these contested captures, they're very difficult to interrupt due to her increased capture rate. However, Kindle also has a nice advantage on this map because you have very contested properties, urban terrain, there we go, that she can fight on. And anytime you have a comm tower or like 2 urban terrain tiles next to each other, that's going to be a huge win for Kindle because she can now kick you off of one from one, and she can kind of chain that control. And this is exactly the kind of terrain that Kindle loves to fight on. What did I say about Rishi a few weeks back? And then yes, we also have lots of missile platforms next to these cities, which would help a Lash player, for instance. But it's also beneficial for like Sammy. So the mistake that you can very easily walk into on this map is if you constantly produce infantry from your 1 base side, and then you're just only setting it down to fight in this contested area while battling against this foot soldier only base, because these two will kind of come out to a draw, and then the second base here will just come over and win everything. Kindle does not benefit from missile platforms. Missile platforms just have the 3 defense stars and are not urban terrain. So Lash is a lot better on them than Kindle is. Okay. And there's a big choice you can make in the middle here. You can either try and fight for the contested tiles, or you can just go for your kind of free cities and then move off into the center and then come back to try and take these. So we'll see how they decide to go about it. The 1 base is very delicate because you're going to have a base of foot soldiers and like mechs walking straight down towards it, and it's got mountains kind of blocking it in, which makes it easy to assail with mechs and like an artillery that goes into this forest. So it's very difficult to defend this base. If you break the pipe seam, then you'll have an easier time, because then you can at least wrap around like this with your vehicles. Otherwise you get choked in over here, and then this is just too far of a distance to have any sort of pressure. Oh, sorry. You can also make it a little bigger. Go aggressive with the property with contested. Go aggressive with the contested properties early to win. You can. If you go for these and your opponent tries to like contest them and then you win that fight, then you'll probably win the game. If you go for these fast and your opponent like goes for this airport very quickly and these center properties and then comes back to fight you, then you may or may not win. Like they have an avenue to get out of that kind of trap. Okay, so you can see the one base side, or not the one base side, the foot soldier only base prioritizing fighting or going for these contested captures. And here comes Wulong trying to stop this. This is very dangerous to do, as the as this one base side goes for a very fast mech too. Oh, and I should point out that both players do have recons that can see the production on the double bases. So the one base side won't be surprised by any sort of builds. You can kill this off using either a copter you build from here, or you can just kill it off with like an artillery. Okay, so the slight mistake here from AutoSpinCurb, you should probably attack the 5 health as long as it lives. It might not live. You might be able to go mountain and 5 health attack. You really want to kill off the infantry rather than leave it at 1. I think attacking from the mountain and then attacking from the city probably would have killed it. Yeah, that's true. Sammy can just go for greedy captures and then use Victory March to go for the contested stuff of the properties, or and the towers. Okay, so this situation is overall going to be a lot better for AutoSpinCurb, because on this side there's a whole other base that can focus on the captures. Or down here, if Wulong has to constantly commit all of the builds to fighting against this single base, then eventually this side's just going to completely fall. Takes that guy out, takes this guy out. Yeah. Doesn't, decides now's a good chance to go back for these captures. So you can see the difference that's going on here. That AutoSpinCurb is going to be able to get these relatively safe captures and just let the center go here, it looks like. Yeah. There we go. Very nice. AutoSpinCurb is going to get the center properties, build up some money, then you can use vehicles to fight off this foot soldier only base pretty easily. If you don't break the pipe seam, you can have 4 pipe runners on the one base side. That is true. You could have a pipe runner here, 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 and on the base. I wouldn't recommend that. Now here comes the Recon. So the Recon's going to be very strong, because of course over here you just have a bunch of infantry to fight. This is not looking great for Wulong. Does at least have 1 infantry that's going for some captures and will be able to get to this airport. But I'm surprised that this infantry is not being used to try and finish off this mech. This is going to take quite a while to capture, but it's okay. Then we have the artillery built for Kindle. So that's either going to be to just take this one base with just infantry and artillery is really hard to stop, especially because there's a forest right there to hide in. Or it can just go up here first and kill the Recon off so that the builds are no longer known. And you may or may not be going for more vehicle pressure. Looks like Wulong is going to use the artillery to go for the one base since it didn't move down to go after this Recon. And AutoSpinCurb should be able to see that. Okay. So because AutoSpinCurb did not kind of finish this guy off, Wulong is able to get a little bit more presence up here in the center. And all of the urban terrain is currently being occupied. So there isn't a super great attack here. I mean, you can still kill off this mech pretty easily with the full health on the mountain. And just put pressure on this guy to if he decides to finish the capture, you can kill him off the next turn with all of your infantry. And here we go. The Recon comes in. Smack. Smack from the urban terrain. Smack from the urban terrain. Definitely this one base is gonna need to deal with this pipe seam. Ooh, no. Slight misplay here with the vision. Steps off the mountain and now nothing can see this mech. Although this guy could have stepped on the mountain to reveal it. And then this mech could have died from this attack, so not quite sure what happened there, but it must have been a little bit of a panic play. Recon first. Yeah, you don't like the spy in the back. I don't like it either. Okay, here's the artillery. Very important. You can move into this forest, which is very safe, and then you can break the pipe seam from there. Or if, as Kindle, I mean, it would be the same number of turns. You could go to this city and break it in 2 turns, or you can go to this forest and break it in 3 turns. But it takes 2 turns to get here and 1 turn to get here. Okay. It's very important at this stage to fall back so that you can keep some of your unit count for later on. Yeah, you can see how starved this one base is getting for these captures because of how much fighting it's had to do. You could ignore it. I think destroying it definitely gives you more pressure. But you could definitely get away with ignoring it and be like, well, I'm building artillery, what are you going to do about it? Like, it's fine. The one base has a very hard time holding. It can do it if this pipe breaks. If the pipe isn't broken, then your heavy vehicles just aren't able to contest up here. More artillery to hold the line. This would be a case of a rocket potentially being useful. If you could somehow defend, like put a rocket on the city, for instance. I have not seen Shiyou's game on this map. The rockets are bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I didn't do a rocket, but I could potentially see it work. It is very expensive though. They just fire an infantry. Well, the idea for me would be to break, to be able to kill the artillery that usually goes in these woods. Okay. Huge build up. A foot soldier is here. Oh, Wulong goes for a rocket. So we'll see how it turns out. I take it you were Rachel then? Okay. Yeah, we have the rocket from Sammy. Ooh, AutoSpinCurb goes for a base skip to get the artillery shot from the urban terrain and kill off that infantry. We have an exchange here. Or a sacrifice to make sure this gets cleared. Attack from the mountain, attack from the city. Denies the comm tower. And now this is a very scary force for Wulong to deal with. Double artillery. Incoming. Okay. Ooh, Rocket just takes a single step back. I could potentially see the rocket go onto this road. It really depends on what you're trying to hold. It looks like Wulong's idea is that they'll be able to hold this city with the rocket from afar. The advantage I would see to moving onto this road is that the comm tower is probably a more important thing to hold or deny, and it also lets you shoot the pipe seam. And a rocket will two-shot that. Okay. Recon getting some nice value over here. Fall back with the infantry. I like it. Unfortunately, he can still get killed off by the mech, but probably fine. So here's the two bases are really showing how strong they are. Lots of units. They can just now win over this contested area. That the one base kind of lost a lot of stuff trying to even just deny or capture a single city, and then you can just kind of lose it right away. Which is the danger of fighting against this foot soldier only base with your lone base. So Rocket takes a shot to hold that city, and then we build a mech. Mechs are not going to be what you need to hold off this kind of attack. You're going to need some really heavy vehicles. You also need the pipe seam to be gone. There is a copter that was built that can potentially help. So oftentimes you're going to see in a lot of these games that the one base falls. Sometimes for just both players, and they just have a complete base swap, and then they both head in towards the middle, threatening these airports and then the HQs. But you can see the big difference in how these middle fights turned out for each player. The one base side for AutoSpinCurb, these properties are captured, these properties are captured, this property is captured. Like, all of this stuff got captured because the one base side wasn't having to sacrifice all of its infantry trying to deny these. Where for Wulong, these aren't captured, this isn't captured, this is just now getting captured. Like, the only thing that got captured was this one city, and it's completely surrounded by enemy troops now. So it's going to fall shortly. Rocket just finishes off the 3 health infantry. Get the mech strike. Put some pressure over here. Anti-air doesn't quite cover this. And the anti-air is a known unit for AutoSpinCurb here, because this Recon's still alive. So it knows that the anti-air went off to the left here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So AutoSpinCurb should know it's safe to attack this infantry from the top. Okay. Yeah. Double artillery can oftentimes just beat out a rocket just by like charging into its range. You can also overload it by like going for a whole bunch of different captures, and they can only deny one. Or you can just wait for the copters to show up and win the day there. Okay, this pipe team can break this turn, which is very good. At this point, AutoSpinCurb should start pumping out probably medium tanks, maybe neo tanks, if you can afford it. That's a lot harder to afford. And really put the pressure back Because now, look, they can deploy out directly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can fight this stuff. They can deny the easy artillery locations now. That can lock the base. Not the case over here for Wulong, who does have a pretty formidable force over here, especially if a victory march is enacted. The rocket didn't move or shoot anything, which is weird. The copter just hit the pipe seam. Which does show that Wulong is noticing that this pipe seam is something that needs to go down. But the rocket really needed to reposition itself to be able to shoot this down. Oh my gosh. And this is what I was talking about, where you can just overload this rocket when you go for a whole bunch of different captures at the same time. They can only deny one. We have a rocket from AutoSpinCurb. That's not what I would build after breaking the pipe seam. I would definitely go medium tank. I just wouldn't build this tank. In fact, you could base skip here and build a Neo tank. But sure. We have the copter strike on this Recon, so this is going to get cleared out shortly. Another copter strike on the Recon, and then build a bomber. Oh my gosh. Build a bomber after knowing it's in Recon range. Oh no, it's even in anti-air range. Didn't know about that anti-air, but that is catastrophic. That's its super dead bomber. AutoSpinCurb can just use the normal power after doing like one attack anywhere and finish this off in one hit. There we go. Oh, decides not to use the power just yet. I'm going to assume that the power is going to get used, because otherwise it won't kill the bomber. We'll just seriously injure it. I would definitely have used the power by now. I like the attack from the mountain. It's so tempting to attack from this city to one-shot the copter, but AutoSpinCurb knows about that anti-air, so makes sure to attack from a really awkward spot. Are we not urban blighting? Or not urban blighting? Well, that does mean the bomber lives. Oh, I see. The point of the bomber is Wulong. I get it. Wulong is like, I'm losing this one base side, so I need to go for a risky play. I need to build the bomber, kill the black boat, and then get the victory march to go for the HQ. Okay. So this was like a desperation play from Wulong. It just didn't quite pan out. We have the sack for Victory March. And this copter is serving as a very nice blocker. So this stuff is going to die. The airport does get taken. And by die, I mean just captured. We can attack, take this city, take this city. It's pretty decent. I don't know about moving in here necessarily with the mechs. Okay. They're a little bit in danger range. Rocket gets another hit. Kill off that infantry. Just try to block the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not sure how this infantry hit the pipe seam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it got trapped. Oh, that's what happened. I see. Okay. So, All these borderline, or these contested cities did go down to Wulong, who's now up 10k. However, this is a case of you took the cities, but you have to overextend to take those cities. And AutoSpinCurb has a lot of units that are actually available to punish this. High Society. High Society would be a very weird play to use after a victory march that took your cities. We got the Urban Blight. Kill off a bunch of units. Isn't able to break through here. Neither of the artillery are actually on one of these cities right now. For that capture, this rocket is down to 2 shots. He takes out the Recon. We have copter and tanks fighting over here. See, all of these overextended units do get attacked, although it looks like some of them are going to get away with living through this for now. But still, AutoSpinCurb ends the turn 10 units up, down 10k in income. But now that those units have kind of been taken out, and they were the only ones that were really on the front lines for those near those captures, that these cities will pretty quickly fall back into AutoSpinCurb's control. Maybe not this airport though. Ooh, Wulong is really insisting on this bomber presence. Anti-air does get a nice shot. 9 health anti-air. That's Sammy anti-air. Isn't able to kill the copter. Hey. So usually bombers are not the unit of choice when you are really high up in economy but down in units, because they can be answered by very cheaply with just anti-air, which costs 8k. So usually you want to go with like heavy tanks. Anti-air manages to sneak around, get tagged this rocket. Heavy tanks are much harder for someone to answer cheaply. They can use artillery, but that's not quite the same as an anti-air against a bomber. Wulong is kind of spread out in a line here, which is a very vulnerable formation because it gives multiple angles to for your opponent to attack from, as we see. And then yeah, just you can see anti-airs get built, and now this bomber is gonna be really sad. I don't think stealths are banned. They might be. Stealths are really slow to deploy. They lose 2 infantry to delay this for a turn. Yeah. Well, you can see the problem that Wulong is about to run into here. The one base from AutoSpinCurb is holding. The one base from Wulong is not looking so hot. A mega tank is the kind of thing you'd have to build to hold this, and kind of where I would have liked to see the money go rather than a bomber. But yeah, at this point, the base is just like a matter of time before this base falls. With 2 Kindle artilleries on cities in range of it. The one base over here starting to take these airport and this property back, fought off the army. This property is going to fall back into AutoSpinCurb's control. And you also have to keep in mind that Sammy does lose a lot of foot soldiers when going for these victory marches, and then you have a lot of cash. But if you just build vehicles like you would need to kind of make up for the fact that you just lost a lot of stuff, you aren't building foot soldiers anymore, except for this foot soldier only base. And so your next victory march is a lot weaker. Can Kindle even kill a mega tank on a property with 2 Ardeon properties? Kindle can do it eventually. Oh, there's the mega tank. Maybe with Urban Blight you can do it. This mega tank might be too late. Although there's some nice reinforcements coming in from the other side. So we'll see how it goes down here. Does get a nice... Anti-air gets a nice hit on this copter. Copter comes in. Who just ignores the mega tank. Kill off the infantry. Looking very nice. This rocket has one health and no ammo, hiding in the woods. Very patient attack here from AutoSpinCurb, who goes for a bomber as the answer to the mega tank. Very safe over here. Okay. So the mega tank gets off the base to enter into the fray, I guess. Which, it's like good and bad, because now the mega tank's off the base, so it's a much easier base to start capturing. But now you do have a mega tank. I probably would have just stayed in the base, maybe break the pipe seam, and then you have a much more direct route for the mega tank to actually make it to the opposing units. The anti-air, of course, is not going to survive. It just gets taken out by probably artillery and tank, and then this artillery shoots this tank, and then this infantry starts capturing this base. Yeah, that's the reason. The danger of going with the bombers as your expensive unit is that even an injured anti-air can take a serious chunk out of them. And then the copter just blocks. So now this one base has fallen for Sammy, who's still up in economy at this point. But you can see, up in economy, end of AutoSpin's turn, less than half of the unit value, a little bit more than half of the unit count. It's just not enough. And there's Wulong's resignation. Seems like GG. Kindle must have bases. Yeah. So that was really good. Probably would have worked out better for Wulong if they didn't go for like super trying to contest this area. But even so, it's tough. Kindle has, as you can see, some very nice setups on these urban terrain tiles, and can kind of fight Sammy pretty effectively, even in just infantry fights, when you're dealing with these neighboring urban terrain setups. And then the vehicle counts just kind of overrun Sammy. And of course, Sammy does get a pretty good victory march this turn. You get up 10k, and it looks like pretty salvageable, but then you just lose so much stuff when you go for it. Sammy is very difficult to play if you don't just run over their base. Yeah, that's what I was talking about at the start. It's very dangerous on that one base side. If you're trying to contest against the foot soldier only base, you'll be able to stall it out as you're sending all of your units up to fight it, but then their second base gets involved and you just end up losing. We got SergeDavid next. But that was very well played. Then you learn the bombers are unreliable in fog. Yeah, they're a niche unit. They often get picked off. They get like their job done and then they die. Unless you have really good information. Ooh. We've got a Sturm game against Makoto. Well, Makoto 1992. I expect you to be very lucky. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Storm Surge. You check the replay every turn that game. Wise. Sturm is a very interesting CO. Even though he has minus to his attack, he's one of the more aggressive COs. HQ rush incoming? Maybe. Eagle is a spicy pick, because this is a tier 1 game, and Eagle's a tier 2 CO. So we'll see how that ends up working out. This is, of course, that same second round fog tournament map. Okay, so we don't see the HQ rush happening. HQ rush would be base skipping to get an APC as fast as possible, and then you just build recons. Played well is a strong statement. You didn't think of the HQ rush option? That is totally fine. I mean, you should think about it in terms of, can I be HQ rushed? And HQ rushes can, of course, win you games. But that's all they get. That's all you get out of it. That's kind of why it works in the first place, yeah. Here we go. We got the recons popping out for SergeDavid here. And they're being sent to attack the one base side, which I think is a good idea. It's going to be the harder side to really supply with enough infantry and vehicles to save everything. Ooh. And sending this recon down to... Oh, okay. We're gonna one over here, one over here. I tend to prefer to have my recons paired together so that they can kind of leapfrog each other with the vision and attacks. So for instance, if this recon instead went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it can move over here, probably into this forest, and get vision of this city that the infantry is about to walk towards, and then this other recon can get the strike. And then when they're both involved here, they can have like one go down to hit an infantry and give vision for the next one to go for a different hit, or you know, plays like that. The especially evil thing about Sturm is that there isn't an opportunity cost for him doing the HQ rush. Well, if you go for the serious HQ rush, you're missing like all your captures. If you're going for a delayed HQ rush, then you're going for a delayed HQ rush. Then it's very easy. It's much easier for your opponent to stop that. It is definitely not an optimal opening to go for the HQ rush. You're going to give up a lot of economy if it fails, which it's very capable of failing. If your opponent goes like tank first and they move out in this direction, Yeah, this is not what happens. Oh my gosh. Look at how lucky this guy is. Makoto indeed. Just barely missed by both recons. Well, if you're going for the HQ rush, you're base skipping turn 1. And the turn 1 infantry you build is being put into an APC. Like, you're not getting any captures. It is not good. This is not what SergeDavid is doing, though. SergeDavid is going for the more classic Sturm recon harassment. In this case, these captures are completely undefended by Makoto. In fact, it was just double tanks set up here, so the double tanks were sent up in anticipation of the recon harassment that would hit on this front. Which does mean that there's less infantry over here to go for these captures. Which is also a form of the economic denial that can happen. I mean, you could do like a delayed HQ rush with more recons. You're still gonna deny yourself a lot of captures. Where's the triple recon? So it looks like well, we have triple recon. It's right here. We have recon into some artillery, into a copter so far. Okay. Recon attacks this guy in the HQ. We have a strike down here. Infantry on infantry. Comm tower is captured. Lots of harassment on these infantry. Sturm recons are very durable, so they often get away with just a little bit of health and be used just for vision. This is what I was talking about. The recons, they survive. Although this tank is probably going to finish off this guy. And they can, yeah. This guy gets finished off. This one gets away. The Eagle goes for double recon copter. Interesting. Nice. Gets the vision for this recon to come in and just barely deny the capture. Knocking it down to 2. Tanks being deployed. We'll see where the artilleries go. There are some nice forests on this map that can control multiple properties. There's a huge amount of infantry. I think I missed moving in towards this direction. Oh, I see. But for this kill over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that's fine. Moving down here. This is creating this little pocket of uncaptured cities. Sturm is Black Hole's best girl. How important is it to preserve most recons in fog? It's pretty important. There'll be a lot of fighting back and forth in this game. You thought that recons were for sacking into the enemy army to see if they'll kill you next turn? You can do that often with low health recons. Ooh, okay, I don't like that. Definitely preserve this guy. Because at 2 health, he's still giving really good vision for you. And when it's taken out, that's another recon that you're gonna have to build later on, when you might be wanting to build better units. It does slow this capture down by a turn. So it's not that it, like, accomplished nothing. Okay. Lots of tanks, as you would expect, in anticipation of all of the recons. We have a join cap, and then a little wall. Okay. Artillery's here, covering this tile. I'd probably prefer if the artillery was here, just so it's covering the copter against a potential anti-air. Although it's not very likely that Eagle's going to build an anti-air, so it's okay. Or that's not what I should say. It's not very likely that Eagle will have an anti-air when you've seen so many tanks. The anti-air is probably on its way. Sturm kind of can always get away. Your thoughts is that it couldn't get away freely. Yeah. In most cases, that's definitely true. For Sturm, it's not, because you have a 8 perfect move, so you can always run out of range of your attackers. Did let him see the second copter. That's not great. Unless you're trying to force your opponent to do something specifically. Ooh. So it looks like SergeDavid is going to get double comm tower, which is pretty nice. It means Sturm will have normal attack power. Ooh, Makoto making sure to try and shut down everything up here. Go for this capture. And kind of consolidate around the capture of this comm tower. Yeah, we have the double comm tower online. Just goes for the strike on the Recon. Not a huge fan of this move. Does get the kill, which is pretty good, but it is setting up this tank to kind of get smacked around a bit. It was inviting a tank first strike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, from the urban terrain too. Killing off the Recon isn't nothing though. Okay, charging on in, get some vision. Go for that strike. Usually you'd want to try and get some vision with this guy first, because he's one that is probably not going to have a target. Ooh. Copter comes in, finishes off the tank. Other copter comes in to deny the comm tower. Took a very fuel inefficient route, but sometimes that happens. Tanks come up behind. All of it's in vision, or those tanks are in vision, which isn't ideal. Fog positioning can be pretty funky, because you're often trying to keep stuff out of vision range, but still in like attack range. Would I agree that Sturm is better when maps have 2 towers per player? I'm not sure. It might be. I think probably, especially if they're contested comm towers, because the perfect movement does let Sturm get away with a lot of shenanigans in that department. Contesting stuff. Defense scales with offense, so you'd reckon that Sturm is better the more comm towers there are. He definitely gets more out of it than his opponent. the copter with full health infantry. With this move, this is fine. I mean, it didn't. I guess it is a Sturm copter, so you're not really going to want to do that because the extra 20% defense is going to make it harder to pull off. If it wasn't a Sturm copter, then that would probably take off a whole point of health and be really worth it. I'm not sure about, well, there is also the downside though, that this is in like an active fighting zone where there's other units that can pick you off, and in that regard you don't want to do that. In general, going copter and then infantry strikes on a copter is something that you usually do. Then bringing the tank in to do some chip damage in range of all of these other tanks though, that I definitely do not agree with. Sturm copter holding out like a champ. That's that 20% defense. Doing work. Eagle Wishes got 20% defense, only plus 10% of defense on his air units. Ooh, we got a sneaky spy. Okay, so there's definitely a little void of units over here for SergeDavid, which could will most likely result in this comm tower falling. But over here, looks like there's some really nice attacks available. Is to deny this comm tower and get some good tank first strikes. Probably go for the first strike from this city on this other tank. Like so. Very nice. I don't like this anti-air being quite so far forward in vision sitting on shoals, but it is blocking for the artillery, so okay. And it does have a lot of protection around it. It's probably fine. Yeah, we almost have a meteor available for Sturm, who's gonna have to start sending some stuff down here, because you really don't want to like spend so much resources trying to stop your opponent from getting this comm tower, then just let them take this one from you. Recons go zoom. Breaking the pipes is a little weird. Unless you want to, unless you're anticipating that you're going to send units straight down like this. Okay. Definitely alarm sounds should be going off right now. Gotta save that. And the HQ is also under threat. Okay. Kodo going for some copter first strikes. Get that value. Does attack the anti-air. 7 health anti-air is still going to be fine. It is a Sturm one though, so it does kind of hurt, but it will come at the cost of this entire tank, which was only at 5 health, but still. Eagle Lightning Strike opens up some interesting missile magnets. That's true. You anticipated that? Where would the missile hit right now? Or the meteor? Probably here on this copter. Okay, Recon comes in. Lots of these infantry getting taken out. Tank plus Recon. Running up here. Okay, so this area is getting handled very nicely. I would probably use... Yeah, I was going to say, I'd probably use the Meteor Strike this turn, because... There we go, pretty nice. Eagle's Super is definitely online for his next turn. So if you can hurt those frontline vehicles and also give you yourself a nice stat boost to make life difficult for him. And that's good. As we see, a very nice stat boost full health tank only does 4 damage to an anti-air. It is definitely worth using the mini meteor over the big meteor, yeah. Yeah, blunt the super. It's still looking pretty nasty. But you can see the value of those extra stats and just injuring units in general. Triple Recon Copter from Makoto, going for the Eagle Super. Makoto's actually ahead by 5k, which is, I didn't realize. That's something that I would not have anticipated. Usually Sturm does a pretty good job of denying a lot of captures. But it looks like Eagle is able to work some magic of his own. Okay. Mostly just picking off these injured units. It doesn't look too bad for Sturm, considering it's a lightning strike. Although down 15 units, 30k, it's definitely manageable, but that was painful. There is an anti-air ready to take out this copter, like so. And we do have the artillery here with some nice supporting units. So we get some nice revenge on all of the units that went too far. You can see a lot of Eagle copters incoming. So I'm going to anticipate quite a few anti-airs being built. Just kill off that tank. Interrupt this capture. Try to pick off as many infantry as possible, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would prefer if that copter was not in range of an Eagle copter. If it was just back here, for instance, on this missile platform. It wouldn't be blocking for this artillery, but it also wouldn't be killable, or at least hittable. Okay, it looks like Eagle is probably going to get this capture. And Sturm did a pretty good job of coming back in the unit value and the unit count, only down a few units at the end from 15. Okay, Makoto insisting on this fight over here. We do have the, yeah, SergeDavid did have the double anti-air built. Oh, very aggressive from Makoto. Okay, well, this copter did get away without being hit, which is pretty nice. And then all of these copters are a bit exposed, one could say. And then still, so in this case as Eagle, you have to start mixing up your unit buys, because your opponent's going to build anti-airs when so many copters are attacking them. So you need to stop spamming anti-airs or copters at this point and instead start building like tanks to anticipate the change in composition for your opponent. Okay, this tank sadly cannot reach this comm tower, so this is going to fall. But for now, Sturm has the double comm tower against single comm tower. Which means Sturm does so much damage. All of these copters, a single copter is going to live from this attack. Sturm now goes for this comm tower. We have another copter. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 anti-airs, and then no more are built. I think that's a good idea. In this case, it would have been fine to keep building them, because Eagle's entire army is kind of weak to anti-airs right now. but there's no way you would have would have known that. Totally fair to expect that Eagle would start building some tanks. Oh, there we go. There's a Neo tank. That Neo tank's probably being built to be a magnet. And the comm tower did fall, which is very sad news for Sturm here. Oh. Takes out this tank. As this tank come down, interrupt this capture. There isn't anything really to deal with this 8th health tank, but that's okay. And yeah, anti-airs are totally fine at fighting off recons. As you can see, this is slowly being worn down by copters. Every time SergeDavid does this, with the copter moving all the way over here and hitting this pipe seam, it does let Makoto know that a copter was built. Yeah. Well, Sturm doesn't need both comm towers to reliably kill normal copters, but to kill Eagle copters, he does. Because they have extra defense. Yeah, you can... It doesn't show it in the replay viewer, but pipes and pipe seams are always visible in fog, and you can always check them. Okay. Another join cap going for this city. We have a bomber built. So at this point, SergeDavid has actually kind of won the fight over here, and over here. There just isn't a single infantry over here to actually like take this comm tower back or go for any of these city caps, which can be a big problem in fog for sure, and in standard, just out of range of this Neo tank. And in this case, Sturm should really build some transport copters and a bunch of infantry, and then have that save up for a next turn with like a Neo tank and a bunch of infantry. Or even a mega tank. This is very, very aggressive. I think you'll get away with it, but not a huge fan of the anti-airs charging forward with no information on what the opponent has. Have to declare war. You're starting to build transports now since this game was played. Hey! There we go. There's the transport copter. Okay. Artillery shot on the tank. Recon on recon violence. The bomber. No tank. SergeDavid might just get the Sturm super here. Let's get the kill off. Ooh. Let's get the kill off the recon. Probably should have hit with the anti-air first and then the copter. That's okay. Copters aren't super great at killing recons, and they take a decent chunk back. Our anti-airs are pretty resistant to recon fire. Okay. Hey, we got boosties. Time to fall back with everything, and just a tiny bit forward here to try and get Eagle to use a super. That's out of range, I guess. This Neo tank does get to come in and kill this anti-air. This is going to be very painful. And there was no power this time used to soften the lightning strike. So I imagine we're going to see these guys all mopped up. Which is probably a fair... Like, you're pretty happy with just losing these in a lightning strike. It still hurts, though. I mean, that's 2 anti-airs, a recon, and a copter. But if that's all that pretty much dies and some of these injured units over here, then it's not like the end of the world. This copter really should have just ran away. There's an anti-air staring at it. Okay, double copter takes this guy out. I guess the bomber kills the recon. Bomber didn't even kill the recon. Wow. Recon just gets to live. Bomber comes over here and breaks this pipe seam. Very weird. Okay, we have the meteor strike. I think that hits your own recon. Oh no, it doesn't. It hits that copter. Oh, okay. That's a pretty good meteor strike. How much damage was that? That was like 30,000 damage. Ended up being very solid. We get some nice attacks over here. Copter ends up living. Very annoying. Recon comes in, attacks the copter. Tank comes in to interrupt the comm tower. There we go. Recon kills off copter. And then we have only 1 anti-air, which isn't moving in range of this bomber, which is weird. Or it's not like moving over here to cover against the bomber. It's moving down here instead. Just 1 more anti-air build, huh? I would start pumping out probably 2. I don't know. It might not have been great for your money, though. To be able to cover against this bomber. Looks like Eagle's been ahead by 5k for like the whole game. Usually when that happens, Eagle just like wins because the lightning strike makes those units so like doubly valuable on that turn. We have a very defensive, a little defensive formation set up here. All right. So at this point, Sturm does actually get to threaten some of these properties up here, which is a big deal. Okay. I like these moves. If you're going for these 2 moves, these are like setup moves where next turn they're going to go for a capture. Don't go for this move here because now you're like alerting the opponent that they need to send something up here to stop you, where if you go for all 3 at once, then they might not be able to send anything in time. I think the recon was left alive to keep the bomber out of the meteor. I think it would have been fine. I'd have to look at the... Because the meteor has to target a specific unit. It can't. This is a very greedy play. Not a huge fan of the recon going in and hitting the 2 health neotanks. Nice. Okay, and then we have the attacks coming in here. Anti-air kills the copter. Tank gets to hit the artillery. Tank on tank. Then tank on infantry to stop the capture. Sure. Looks pretty good over here. Not a huge fan of this recon zooming in, but otherwise pretty nice. And then yeah, this is what I was saying. You don't want to go for that capture right now. You'd want to wait a turn. Looks like There's no way for Sturm to stop this comm tower from being captured anymore. But it does get this one, so it's going to turn into two comm towers versus 2 comm towers. Which isn't so bad. I don't like... Very sketchy about this artillery staying here and firing on this anti-air. I mean, Eagle did get that anti-air, but now all of these vehicles are kind of left out in the open to be picked off. Falling back would have been definitely a better play. Sadly, they're all going to die, I assume. Does kill off the copter, which is nice. Killing off the copter does remove the vision over here. And actually, wow. Eagle does not have a single unit that can stop these captures. Recon. The Recon knows it. Okay. Nice hit. It's a nice first strike on the infantry. Hit down the tank. Hit this other tank. Like that. Like, look at how much stuff Eagle ended up losing in order to kill a single anti-air. I don't know what's going on with this copter. Definitely send that back to pick up more infantry. Go get the medium tank. Pretty nice. The Sturm medium tank is okay. It's nice and durable. It can skate through these forests. I usually prefer Neo tanks, just so that for the extra firepower, or even you can go for Sturm mega tanks. You're very daring. Since mega tanks overkill so much stuff, for Sturm it's just a regular kill. Okay, bomber goes back. It's the Recon. Tank hits the anti-air. Neo tank slowly healing up. Very little stuff protecting this HQ, which is very bold considering an infantry was just over here. Went for a capture and had a T-copter nearby. Oh. Oh. The only thing that could have been changed here that would have been is that the Neo tank or the tank hits from up here from the forest, and then this guy can hit from either side, but that leaves this anti-air to potentially finish off the Neo tank. Or hit the bomber. Never lucky. So close to greatness. Captures going through, very nice. This will be, like right now, Makoto's only up 3k. Once these fall, Makoto will actually be down 1k. We're blocking. What did this guy hit? Just move himself next to the tank. Oh, it killed off the Recon. Oh, okay. All right. Well, it looks like the unit count advantage has been completely eliminated for Eagle. They're now back at how they should be, with a slight unit value advantage to the Eagle at this point. And these anti-airs are really exposed, which is not great because they were the answer to the bomber. But it looks like Eagle is not going to be able to get the lightning strike this turn. And I see a pretty juicy, even moved into it, a pretty juicy Sturm normal power up here. I mean, I think this has to be, you have to move the tank out of the way, probably. Or you can attack. I would not have gone for that attack. Kablam, very nice. Now this is a free kill with this infantry, assuming it doesn't do 0 damage. There we go. We have rocket build from Eagle. We have a lot of pressure put on this HQ for Eagle as well. The boost. Medium tank sitting on the HQ. That's a Sturm medium tank on an HQ with a power active. That's very hard to kill. You disagree with the boost? I also disagree with the boost. Unless... the problem with the boost is that you can just set yourself up instead to pick it up like further along the road to bring it down to the HQ. But it's a boost, and boosts are fancy. You can also just move it down here to go for this neutral property. I don't like how aggressively positioned all of these anti-airs are being placed in. It just means they get picked off and then the air units get to do their thing and you have to build more of them. Okay, so that really hurt for Eagle, and what hurts even more is that, I mean, it doesn't super matter, but you don't actually gain any charge from power-based damage like Sturm's Meteor, so Lightning Strike does have to be earned here, not started off with. But it's pretty easy to get a bar. You can do it, medium tank. Hold. For a second there. Oh, that ticked over so slowly. There we go. For a second there, I thought I was like, what? Not gonna get it? And some fighting down here. And medium tank bot. It's a very nice build. Just hit this tank right away. Does this medium tank manage to survive this? Nah, there's too many tanks. It almost survived, which is very impressive. Okay, all of these tanks are getting some pretty good hits in here. Sure. 1 health infantry threatening that capture in 19 more turns. I guess it's in a nice position to be used as a blocker on the next turn. And over here gets cleaned up very nicely by Makoto. That did a lot of damage to SergeDavid. The units are very overextended. So we'll see what... I can only hit this guy. What Sturm can muster here. I would prefer to take out these tanks. Definitely, yeah, targeting down the infantry makes a lot of sense. Yeah, definitely go for the tanks that are closest to you. In this case, it looks like it's not going to matter because there's like no reinforcements coming in. But usually you want to take out the ones that are closest to you rather than going over here, because that's just going to get closer to the opponent's reinforcements. Okay. Yeah, not a huge fan of that either. I guess this guy didn't have a great place to go. I guess you can go back to this city to heal up. So much vision right now for Makoto. Okay. In this case, you don't join cap this, because if you join cap it, it's actually slower than just capping it. Because this goes to 18, and then you join, and now it's still to 18. Where if you like cap with the 3, it goes down to 17. That's why you don't. It's like the 1 health cap is a little silly, but it's fine. This is the real threat. The This 9 health infantry. And then, again, it wouldn't be the 9 health infantry joining in onto this. It would be this guy getting off. And then the 9 health infantry start the cap. Very, very overextended of Eagle. This is actually fighting within both bases' ranges with no reinforcements. And a very, very slow HQ cap. So yeah, the tanks will start coming in here. The bomber is actually down to 1 ammo. I'm amazed it survived so well, considering how many anti-airs existed in this game. But yeah, this is all of these units getting taken out. Might as well have the 3 health, the anti-air suck up the ammo off of the 6 health bomber. Yeah, other infantry in the vicinity gets injured, looking good. It goes after the battlecopter. Okay, I like that more. Yeah, that's much better. Let the bomber get a shot, and now you're on that city. We have the Neo tank and the infantry, yeah. We'll see if Makoto can do anything down here, because this is the area that Eagle actually ended up winning. Bomber retreats. Maybe it's going to get an APC. Could also join in with another bomber, I guess, to get a nice refund. Okay. Eagle gives up on the HQ cap. It was doomed from the start. It's not a healthy enough infantry. The bomber needs a medal. It's gone through a lot. Lots of recons. This is Eagle with a Sturm impersonation, just spamming out these recons. Anti-air comes in, finishes off a tank. Ooh. Now we're going to go for the pressure. Actually, Sturm has triple comm tower. I didn't even realize that. That means that Sturm has the same firepower as Eagle right now. Both at plus 10%. That's a happy Sturm. There we go, some more recons. Got the Sturm infantry trying to hold down this fort. Yeah, these captures going in. Rocket moving forward. Rockets against Sturm are very, very risky because Sturm has such good recons that they can usually scout out your rocket, and they can also just run in and kill your rocket. There's a day 35 limit to this match. Oh, that's a good point. You are up a single city right now. Okay. Although apparently the comm towers also count. Oh my gosh. The legendary quad comm tower Sturm. It's Sturm with 2020 stats. It's Advanced Wars 2 Sturm. It happened. Oh my gosh. How did it feel? The bomber's got 16. Oh, the bomber's trying to return to the airport. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Lots of recons. Transport copter zooming on in over here. Bomber's almost made it back. It's got 6 health, 1 ammo, 6 fuel. Transport copter holds its ground. Aw, then taken out by the recon. Rocket gets a shot. Recon does a little bit of damage there. Okay. Well, Sturm can very easily stop this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clear this out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See how it goes down though. I don't know how you get vision. Oh, that's how you get vision. All these... I'm not a huge fan of the very aggressive anti-air blockers, but you know what? They're working out. A meteor strike. Ooh, that's a nice meteor strike. Another rocket from Eagle. I'm not sure what's going on with that. You can see how nice these Sturm recons are. They zoom on over. Barely doesn't get this comm power. Okay. The bomber did make it back to the airport. 2 fuel. Rocket's on its way. This rocket took this shot. Very, very, very risky to do so. Recons, fighting recons. That's an advanced wars 2 recon or Sturm recon. It's no joke. Oh my gosh. Recon gets the first strike. And the trade is negative. The possibility of advanced wars Sturm is why you allowed Sturm here. Have a good night, Christian. The recon though would seize it, yeah. Kablam. Kablam. Yeah, this is looking very game over. I'm not sure how Eagle... I mean, Eagle does get the lightning strike here. Has a lot of indirects. Oops. But, once Sturm is this established with quad comm tower, I don't know how you're ever going to get those comm towers back. Oh my gosh. Sturm Recon shows no fear. Yeah, and the city start getting captured. It's day 30. This is a very, very slow composition for Eagle. There isn't really anything left to actually defend these indirects. So as soon as Sturm gets a vision of them, you can expect a whole bunch of recons to just run in. Recons and tanks just run in and kill them off. You know, finish off this recon. This guy, 2 health recon, does his job and stops that capture. All of these forward units are getting picked off. The rocket is revealed. It does get to shoot the recon. Oh, this guy's in a forest, so it's okay. It's actually going to get a nice attack. You take gets trapped. Yeah, this is looking very, very difficult for Eagle. Not too far behind in unit value. I mean, it's not great, but still has like a sizable army, but it's just such a slow army that it's not going to get a very impactful lightning strike unless Sturm decides to like place everything right in firing range. Okay. Looks like we're going for the lightning strike. These guys did move forward. They will get to shoot these anti-airs. And there is a bomber. It is the bomber that got repaired back up to full. So we will have our lightning strike. This tank is taken out. The capture gets denied up there. Not looking great. Anti-airs are 5 and 4 health after being shot. We have a fire, an artillery shot on the Neo tank. The bomber takes a hit on it. Does kill off that anti-air. Does get a copter on copter attack and a copter on copter attack. Oh, this rocket just moves forward. Okay, so this gets captured. And then it looks like this bomber, I think, is not going to get killed this game. But I think all of these indirects are going to start getting popped. We still have Advanced Wars 2 Sturm. Just for the hit there. I think a meteor would hit this artillery. Oh, the rocket survived for a moment there. No meteor though, just sending in... Ouch. Just sending in the boys to clean up those indirects. We have an anti-air on the way. I expect more anti-airs. Double anti-air? No, just a single anti-air. I think double anti-air is pretty warranted. It is triple copter and a bomber as the main threats that are left. Ooh. Makoto's gonna try and take away the Advanced Wars 2 Sturm stats. Going for this comm tower. It's a big old brawl. This is getting kind of close to these bases. So Sturm is kind of inviting a similar overextension. However, also having pressure on the other side of the map at the same time with some infantry. Does stop the comm tower capture. Does have to give up a single city capture to do so. A recon. Low health fights. Tank comes in, kills off the tank. No fear. Anti-air hits copter. Recon comes in, going after the infantry over fighting one of these indirects just to make it harder to go for any captures. I would probably hit the artillery here, but that's just me. So we have a fighter built to answer the bomber, but at this point, I think it is GG. I don't think it's actually possible for Makoto to win this, even if SergeDavid just decided to end turn every turn. Because of the day 35 limit. The meteor strike, blam. 2 copters and 2 tanks, pretty nice. And just clean it up. House here. Looks like the bomber is going to die, but only because it decided to sacrifice itself. It didn't have to. It could have lived on. Oh, and then we have the pipe runner built by SergeDavid. Oh, and the lightning drive from Makoto. Lightning drive when you have no air units. Oh, that's spicy. Everything attacks into the Neo tank. SergeDavid does get to reveal the pipe runner to Makoto. Get attacks on the bases. That's GG. Makoto's gonna let it go to day limit, and that's game over. Thank God there's a day limit, otherwise the game would go on for another 30 days. I think Sturm would have won. What is this lightning drive? Piper on the wrong base. But very nice. A little bit rocky start, and there were some engagements that were a little sketchy. Especially, I would say, focusing on the placement of anti-airs, so they're not so easy to pick off, would be a good thing to do. And yeah, we have the day 35 mega tank. So many comm towers. GG. Next is Chiu. A chest is next, but a chest wanted me to delay the game because they couldn't be here live. Chiu versus Lucille. The road to freedom. The RD to freedom. Try to remember that the south half of the map exists. Okay. I think this was sent in by Lucille, but I'm not sure. Ready? Face the correct. Oh, this is a high funds map. That's something I learned. Yeah. The brawl did travel naturally south. It looks similar to a Z game fog map. Oh. It's a Kindle versus Kindle match. What do you think the odds are that the true boss is online right now? I'll check to see if they're online, or if he's online. If so, I'll see if he'll help me out on casting this, because he is an expert in high funds. And I think he had a time where he only played as Kindle. You online have a high funds Kindle if you like to help cast it. Looks similar to a Z game fog map. I'm not sure what time it is in Japan right now, though. Spontaneous collab sighted. I think it's early morning. Hi. You're okay with Kindle mirrors? Yeah, you're a fan of them, if I remember correctly. They're so destructive. Should be around 9 or 10 a.m. there. But is it on Monday? Or is it on... Is there going to be a day off? I don't remember which way this... Well, there's no response. So, I'm going to assume that he's busy. Yeah. I know it's across the international date line, so I think this is a weekday. Oh well. Next time. Kindle mirrors are dynamic. Okay. Well, I will do my best. I still think this is better to go out and go for this base rather than just capturing this one, because this is a more important base. It has more options of where to capture. And since you already have this, I guess this is also pretty fast. But I still think it's better. And then I think breaking this pipe seam is priority, and so is this one, over killing this black boat. You get that much faster deployment into the middle. We'll see how they go about it, though. They have a very similar capture phase currently. Both go for the fast artillery. Ooh, fast artillery into APC. Okay. It would be pretty interesting to see if you could do a like a fast Neo tank as Kindle. It would take a base skip. But I'm pretty sure Kindle Neo tank would one-shot the... Oh, no, it wouldn't. Because these are also Neo tanks. They're not medium tanks. Never mind. You'd have to do fast Mega tank. $1.69. Oh, thank you. You want money? Thank you for the donation. Tell us about the map. I was talking about the map. This map is Lucille. It has a lot of stuff locked down for your starting area with pipe seams like right next to bases or kind of keeping these airports secluded. So there's a nice, as you can see from both players, there's a priority on breaking the pipe seams. This is the most important one because it lets the base go directly into the center and also have more control over potential properties to capture. And then this one's also pretty important. It does open up your own airport to being harassed by anti-air, but at the same time it lets you deploy directly up towards this comm tower, which will let you either take it or contest it very effectively. The center here has a decent number of properties, and it's not that unusual to see a battleship built from this harbor that Lucille's... Or this map isn't called Lucille. Lucille's the player. Sorry about that. This map is called... What is this map called? The Road to Freedom. The Road to Freedom. Which must be this road, maybe? Anyway, battleships often get built from this harbor to control the center very effectively. This map is called Lucille's map. And then, so yeah, the normal deployment on this map is to break the pipe seams and then kind of flood forward to go for as many center properties as you can. And then the fronts kind of form like this along the map, kind of squiggly, with these bridges and the river here, and then like so, and then there's sort of a front in the middle from side to side, and over here with Lucille getting this comm tower and Shiyou getting this comm tower. But depending on if you break this pipe seam or not, you might not be able to hold the comm tower. Yes, the option exists. Assert your strategic dominance over the chat by supporting the penguin. I should be writing my finals. I'm streaming instead of writing my final papers, so I hope you appreciate that. It's just going to be a brief break. I think Grim would have a pretty interesting time in Tier 4. The nice thing about Grim is that his artillery break the pipe seams in 2 shots without a comm tower needed. And it looks like he's the only CO besides Combi that would be able to do that. Because the other ones are like Lash and Kindle. And Lash needs a city or a missile platform in range to fire. And for some reason, for some cruel reason, the map designer decided to put the missile platform over here so that it's not in range of any of these pipe seams for Lash to use. And then there is a city that Kindle could use, which is right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But she can't get there in just 2 turns, so it's actually slower for... Actually, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, she could. So she could get to this city in 2 turns and then kill this in 2 turns, which would be just as fast as 3 turns firing with only 1 turn moving. But she would have that option to attack from a different place. Is it marked with Lego Worlds? Am I no longer My Little Pony? Okay, we got fancy boosts. Not sure what this boost accomplished, but it's fancy nonetheless. Okay. I do like the priority on the pipe seams being broken rather than focusing on this black boat. The black boat is like holding down this harbor that you want to capture, but it's also like a capture you can go for at any time. There's no way your opponent is going to stop you from killing this black boat and getting the harbor. Where if you break this pipe seam really fast, you get to actually like attack the center, put in some pressure there, and interact with your opponent, stopping them from taking cities. So Lucille's going in for a pretty aggressive capture here with this next to the mountain. It's safe because there's no comm towers in play right now, so there's a 0% chance that these two infantry could kill this guy. It'd be up to Lucille if they want to try and interrupt it. So they are going to go for the interrupt. Bring a tank up to support against Lucille's own tank. Okay. We have artillery being placed on the airport, so it's going to be able to kill these in 2 turns. It fired on this pipe seam this turn. And over here for Lucille, the play would definitely be to have your tank attack the infantry on the mountain, and then go for this capture over here, and then also continue capturing over here to kind of overload this tank. We'll see, like just like that. It's exactly what you want to do, and then yeah, you can bring up another tank to help defend it, and a copter too. So this guy just has to run away. Things are not looking good for that tank. This Recon, however, is in a pretty nice spot because there isn't actually anything covering these captures, so it does get 1 free interrupt. And it looks like Lucille misses out on the double tap here, but it's okay. And Lucille's doing the same thing with the artillery on the airport. You could also just build a bomber, and the bomber could, with comm tower, one-shot the pipe seam. But without comm tower, it just barely misses out. Okay, so it looks like Lucille's able to get these captures pretty safely. And on the flip side over here, Chiu is also getting these captures. We'll see if Lucille wants to go for this interrupt. It will cost the infantry its life. And probably won't end up being like a very meaningful delay. But does go for it. The reason I'm saying it's not going to be very meaningful is that this infantry can just come down and finish this guy off, and then there's like a bunch of vehicle backup and everything. And it'll probably just stop this capture for a single turn. Or delay it for a turn, I should say. So we'll see if the tank... Oh, the tank can't reach. It would have to be the anti that blocks. Okay, this makes it a little bit better. If... oh, there is a Recon here. So we might see Lucille dive in here with a Recon strike to clear the city, and then the tank strikes from the city to kill this infantry. Makes me think the anti-air probably should have just blocked to secure the capture, and then have the backup of a copter and a tank to hit whatever hits the anti-air. We have the Neo tank come out for Shiyou. I need to know what the latest kids shows in the market for joke purposes. I don't know. Lash needs to put her artillery on the mountain. This one? If only. Maybe one day there will be a buff to Lash. Oh! So, No comm tower means this isn't guaranteed. But it's fairly likely that you'll get the kill there. So pretty unfortunate to not get the infantry plus recon kills infantry trade. Or 2-hit KO. We just have Neotank answering Neotank. The comm tower is online for Shiyou here. So there's a very brief window of having stronger units. There's no anti-air capabilities in range of this copter for Lucille right now. This anti-air decided to leave. Which is interesting. It must be to stop this capture or something. But the recon will be able to escape. So overall, it's kind of a wash over the battle over the city. No one managed to get a very good breakthrough or advantage out of it. We have another attack over here. It's again going to delay the city by just a turn, but cost an entire infantry, which I'm not a huge fan of. Unit count is a big deal. And especially your infantry count in high funds can come back to haunt you, because you're going to have so much money to build vehicles that later on your infantry count can really start to dwindle. And all of these captures are twice as important, twice as impactful. Like right here, if this infantry manages to get this city, that's a 4k income swing. Lacking the most important skill, luck. Yeah. We could see a battleship. It would be in range of an artillery, which is not ideal. I don't think we'll see a battleship. I think if we see a battleship and it gets hit with Urban Blight Artillery double copter, it will just die. Another infantry is sacrificed. This one makes a lot more sense because it is capturing Lucille's own city, and there are a bunch of units that can potentially delay it further. But you can see the unit count from all of these sacrificial infantry is... In fact, it looks like Lucille is down 4 units, should be up about 2 or 1 at the end of their turn. So the fact that they're down 6 infantry is purely all of the unit count that they're missing. Okay, so we have the little fronts forming here, and again, they just have these rivers, and they decided to be peaceful in the center here. Still relatively close, it is. Income-wise, they're right on track. It's just the unit counts that were really the infantry count that Lucille is falling behind on. Okay, we have the attack in here. Let's break through and get a hit on this artillery. Just step forward with everything. I don't see any way over here for Shiyou to deal with this medium tank right now, so it should be okay. We might see a breakthrough that kills this APC. It is on planes though, so I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm thinking like Copter kills the tank, Urban Blight tank, Artillery kills this tank, and then you have infantry kill infantry, and then tank infantry kills this ABC, and then the anti-air can kill this copter. We still have a tank left, so I guess that tank actually You hit this guy. So this dies, this dies, this dies, this dies, this dies, this dies. That looks pretty good. Both medium tanks would still be alive, and there would be 2 copters. We'll see. We'll see what Chiu decides to go for. Then we have a little wall forming up here, kind of falling back on this front. Probably a good idea. If this attack does happen, then having some like a pincer strike come in would be very good. Okay, well, artillery is not being used, so probably not going to see some urban blight shenanigans. All right. In fact, just killing off that tank and then falling back for the most part. Ooh, just barely out of range of that anti-air. Copters being used to protect the walls against these tanks that could potentially dive in here. Hey, you were fully expecting to lose about 2 turns from now? I thought you were gonna get absolutely crushed down here. Well, not absolutely crushed. You still have some strong attackers, but get attacked down there. It would have required something to attack like this Neo tank, like a copter sacrifice, in order to get the power, I think. Or no, you could do just the 2 copters can hit this tank. That's fine. So we have the Lucille Urban Blight. Yeah. You were also expecting it. Ooh, I did not see that. Neither did Shiyou. That's a nice breakthrough. And now this anti-air is no longer being covered. Medium tanks are moving up. Copters are coming up. And yeah, goes for the anti-air. Does get hit by the artillery. There is a Neo tank in range, but I think with both of these armies from Lucille kind of being able to collapse on this, it is going to be pretty nice. There's also no anti-airs on this side. For Shiyou, there's only these 2 copters. Very dangerous for your unit composition. We have the response Urban Blight. Does decide to stick around and kill off that tank. Kill off the copter. Come down here and kill off this copter. Then hit this copter. That's pretty good. Lucille only has 1 anti-air to kind of counter on that stuff. Neo tank moves forward out of bomber range. Infantry blocks the city. Does need to put something here that can wall effectively, and it looks like the APC has been selected as the candidate. I'm saying that because otherwise double medium tank just killed the Neo tank. And in this case, the APC does die in 1 shot to a medium tank, but it does not die in 1 shot from any of the low-tech units. So you can't use both medium tanks to kill the Neo tank. We do have a breakthrough over here. Tank comes in, gets to hit this artillery, which is pretty nice. Here comes the bomber. Ooh, interesting. I thought that was going to be used to kill off this APC, but it might be the case of not having a great target for the 8 health tank. That's a very aggressive drop-off. Very cheeky. It is covered by quite a few units, so it's probably safe. Okay, there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this attack. Ooh. Lucille decides not to first strike this Neo tank with the medium tank. I'm assuming because of the other Neo tank follow-up? Oh. I'm not a huge... There's no way that this is the right way to go about this, right? Both Neo tanks can reach these medium tanks. There's a strong army coming in that like pincer attack though. I think you definitely would be better off for striking. And the bomber is here. We have the Urban Blight. Looks like Chiu is not seeing, or either not seeing or doesn't want to go for the medium tanks. Instead, dives over here, goes for a Neo tank first strike. I don't like this in comparison to beating up over here with the fighter coverage. Because now these medium tanks are going to be able to start cleaning out the back end here. We do have the artillery in place to delay any capture shenanigans over here. Lucille actually has the option of going for high society over Urban Blight, should they wish. Okay. Looks like we're gonna go for Urban Blight. It does hit a Neo tank. And I think the bomber, yeah, can still take that guy out. Either way, anti-air gets hit, goes for the capture, with 3 strikes. Hop on into that APC, get out of here. Yeah, medium tanks get to come in and say hi. Hit the tank. We have like copter plus Neo tank. No. I don't know. I don't remember how much charge Shiyou had left, but I don't think repairs are necessarily going to be a good idea. I don't remember if Shiyou had the full bar when they went for the Urban Blight, and the replay viewer does not tell me. If they ended up using all their charge, then this makes a lot more sense. If they have almost a normal power, then I would not go back. Okay, they used all their stuff. Okay, that makes much more sense. Whoa. I guess Shiyou just doesn't have a... No, Shiyou can totally make it to that bomber. That's a weird... That's a weird fighter attack. Neo tank goes up here. A little wall forming over here. More Neo tanks coming down. Okay, lots of Neo tanks. We got triple Neo tanks over here. Oh, and we're backing off. That's pretty. I think this artillery right here is doing a lot of work to make this army back off. Otherwise, the medium tank. Now, there's also 4 copters. I mean, yeah, I guess attacking in here would not end well. Ooh. Double sacrifice. Lucille, you just don't like your infantry. Alright, double sacrifice. Kill that off. Break through. Hit the fighter. We have the Urban Blight. Ooh. Is that going to be bomber clears the way for the medium tank to hit the Neo tank? That is absolutely brutal. Okay. And then the copters. Oh. And then making sure to injure all of the infantry that could go for capture this turn. And then starts falling back. Make sure to step off the comm tower to not get hit by the next Urban Blight. Yeah, that was an absolutely brutal attack. Yeah, Shiyou kind of has to try and get something to happen over here. Ugh. Starts the cap, has to join cap it right away. Still not even threatening it next turn. Urban Blight. Yeah, I mean, it will kill the medium tank. It will kill the bomber. There's still so much stuff here. Does take out the anti-air. Does get to hit one of these copters. Yeah, the anti-air is very nice. Means this fighter can kind of wall and do whatever it wants for quite a while here. It's a good idea that there's more. It's a good thing there's more anti-air on the way for Lucille here. Doesn't get the kill on the copter. You just want that property at this point. It's high funds. They both needed more AAs, yeah. This is high funds, yeah. Yeah, looking at this situation, I would definitely say more anti-airs go take the comm tower is the goal I would have. We have a breakthrough to get this anti-air. Back it down to 4. The city does look like it's going to fall. Ooh, copter on the comm tower. Out of range of the anti-air. Not out of range of this copter, though. But there's a lot of copter follow-up, so it's probably fine. No more anti-airs built. There's only 2. And there's double copters being built every turn. Like 5 copters. This is kind of high funds with multiple airports. Fire gets another attack. It looks like the wall of copters have succeeded in their job. They have successfully walled. And Shiyou is now falling back over here. That's not a good look. We have now had a property fall. I assume there will be more to come. Starts going for this capture. This APC doesn't have a full health infantry to transport around right now, which is a little sad. Fighter does go down. Copters fall. The 9 health infantry. It would love to get dropped off on the city to heal up, but it's too risky. Ooh, that's fancy. Well, now I wish that well, I guess the plan is that the infantry is going to move here next turn, and then the black bow can heal it. Just you wait. Copter vs. Copter was doing well enough. Still no anti-air builds? Okay. Chiu going in for these attacks really far behind in unit count here. Has to kind of hope that Lucille overextends somewhere and can get a bunch of pickoffs. Urban Blight. Not a fan of the Urban Blight. I'm assuming it's just to slow down this capture. Ooh, the infantry just joined, so my fancy black boat idea was incorrect. Black boat's maybe just going to be a waller up here. Isn't quite threatening this tile, though. I would prefer if the black boat healed from here. So that could threaten to block off this avenue. Okay, and we're just falling back. And then an urban blight. Sure. I would not have urban blighted there. It did what? 10,000 damage in high funds? It is one turn away from the copter resupply, but it is only 3 sides, and especially if you have a black boat that can block here, I think. Or you could even double black boat. Block here and here. I think you could very easily take it. So the reason I wouldn't want to Urban Blight is, of course, you want to have it available for really good engagements, but also stops your opponent from going for repairs, like free repairs. Because you could if they like try and repair all their expensive units all at once, you could just Urban Blight that, and that would be pretty valuable. Okay, lots of copters. We have a bomber, we have a fighter. Triple base skip. I guess you are 2 units away from max. So at that point, you might as well. Okay. Chiu is looking really, really weak up here. Really strong here. So I imagine Lucille will just attack up. Especially because when you're so close to unit count limit, you'll end up losing your unit count advantage. You have to just constantly base skip. Which would be very bad to lose. It looks like that's what's going to happen. The attack going up here slowly. Shiyou just resigns though. Down 8k is definitely rough. You got the income advantage and refuse to overextend by not extending at all. Well, I think you definitely should have attacked up here, but it's okay. It was enough to pressure your opponent out of the game. I agree that I think Shiyou is a little bit hesitant, but you had some very good breakthroughs there. That was your plan if they didn't resign. Just imagine the ensuing bloodbath, yeah. It would have been dead. We actually have a habits game. That is the right of the income lead. Oh, it's Habits' standard tournament round 2 game. The map with the second turn advantage problems. Well, it's the FTA really. So this is the standard tournament map, and I should actually call it by its actual name. This is Credens Justitiam, and it has first turn advantage when it comes to capturing these center properties. Because player 1 is ahead on this base and behind on this base, the infantry you build here will step forward and go for this capture very quickly, where the infantry for player 2 will be just a little bit too slow. And when it steps to here and then go for here, player 1 is able to afford a recon to stop that capture, to interrupt it. Where for player 1, they get this capture before player 2 can afford a recon to stop it themselves. So a lot of the fighting on this map is gonna occur in the center over these properties that player 1 is gonna have an advantage on reaching, and then the other major fighting points are going to be over here and over here on the sides, as you have this base facing off against an airport. If you wanna, you can see on this map there's no HQ. So if you want to win by the equivalent of an HQ capture, you need your opponent to have no labs left. So right now everyone starts with 3. If you have 0, you will lose the game. Artillery, you can check out these mountains right here, right next to these very contested properties. And artillery reaches this spot in 1 turn, so they're very strong for locking down these cities into like the mid game, which is probably why both players went with Javier, because he has the stronger indirect defense and he can win those artillery fights, and the comm tower is also pretty safe. So there's kind of tank openings, there's artillery openings, and there's recon openings on this map. Ooh, DM11 is not going for the center property right now. That is probably a mistake, because now this property is no longer capturable without Habits having enough money to stop it with a recon. You can see that both of these properties are so close to the bases that when a vehicle is built, a tank or a recon or anything like that, with 6 movement or more, they can interrupt on the very next turn. So you get a brutal fight. And the DM11 goes for this recon very quickly. Not in response to an infantry stepping towards the middle. So we'll see what this recon ends up doing. It does go and sit on the city. And it's now currently threatening to maybe interrupt this comm tower. It can currently hit this guy. Habits could have base skipped for a tank. Decides not to. It's going to let this recon get 1 attack. If this recon comes in here and hits this infantry, Habits can then move this infantry to this tile and then put this infantry on the city and then build a tank, and the recon will be trapped to be killed off. Which might be Habits' plan. Instead, it goes over here to have some property denials in this area, specifically around this airport, I imagine, is its goal. Habits goes for both of these captures. I imagine we're going to see a tank built here. Here we go. We had another recon come out from DM11. Went very hard into this section of the map. So the recon wasn't in a position to hit from this side. It would have had to attack the airport from here, which this tank actually covers. So instead it goes for this infantry strike. And then gets a tank of his own. This is going to, these double recons, we'll see how much they can get done, but it is going to mean that Habits should have a tank advantage. Tank moves way back here. I don't think it needed to move that far back. I'm not sure why it moved so far back. It could have moved up here. 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I see. It would have to move to like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that's still covering this airport. But it could be what Havits wants to do is actually build a copter next turn, in which case the tank has to be able to hit the other side. Then we have the tank in response to this recon. So any of these, actually it can hit over here, it'd be okay. But any of these freestanding infantry are protected against the recon. Instead, it just moves on to the city to stop anything from stepping on it. So we'll see if anyone actually gets these cities. Since no one rushed them, like player 1 didn't rush and get this one right away, it might be a lost cause. So this recon decides to stick around and just stop this capture from going through, and just killing off the infantry. That is going to cost the recon its life. Or maybe not. Okay, it gets to live. I think Havits probably should have tried to kill it off with a tank strike, and then this infantry just kills it with the follow-up attack. But it might not be a guaranteed thing in the Javier mirror. It's definitely not worth skipping middle to go for this, because you can still get this. You know, you just send your next infantry over here. But, like, this capture still hasn't happened. It very well might never happen, because it wasn't gone for right away. Okay, Recon decides to go back here, stopping any copters from being built. Havits can choose to ignore it if he so desires, which it looks like is his decision. Instead, just go into the middle. So it looks like DM11 is going to get this city. Well, Havits isn't because of the recon. We have very strong pressure being put on this city by Havits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This tank actually can't reach this artillery. Recon doesn't get the roll, ends up doing 0 damage and loses the health. I guess that means that this infantry would not have gotten the kill in the Javier mirror. There you go. Looks like they might just swap labs here. And a very similar setup for defending this property, with the artillery just right there. We'll see if Havits decides to interrupt using either like this recon or any of these infantry. I would probably do so. Yeah, okay. Decides not to. Because this city is hard to take. Instead, gonna rely on a single artillery and some tanks to deny this one. But it looks like DM11 is also going to respect the ownership in the middle, and not try and deny that. Okay. They decided to do a little handshake there. Just flip the switch with city they would normally be going for. Very close to each other here on this front. Single artillery. Single artillery has a lot of a lot of units under its protection. We have the anti-air built in response to this copter. I'm surprised the M11's gone for this triple artillery setup, because on the turns that might really matter, they might be null and void because of Javier's extra indirect defense, and you don't really want 3 of your units to do no damage during a brawl. I like the single artillery, but I'm not a huge fan of this triple artillery in the Javier mirror. We'll see if it's able to get something done, though. Very long wall made up by Havets, who killed off this tank. It wasn't protected by the artillery, and the artillery can only fire on an infantry on a lab, which has plus 60% defense against these artillery shots, so it's not going to do very much damage. But the M11 is looking like they want to try and go for this city now, which would give them a 2k lead. You can see even artillery plus infantry isn't able to clear the infantry off the lab, such as the fate of Javier versus Javier. Havets is somewhat close to getting the power. DM11's a little bit ahead in the charge. But if Havets can like attack into this, build up enough charge, then pretty much just ignore these artillery shots. Could be good, although these tanks are in some very nice terrain for DM11, so I don't think the Havets is going to go in for that. This infantry is looking very vulnerable. I'm not sure why it moves onto that lab, because there's now a strike from the mountain and a strike from the plains, which it will survive, but will still be painful. We have a join cap over here. Ooh, a big swing over for DM11. Brings this artillery over and puts this tank on the lab to block this off so the anti-air can't hit the copter. This doesn't look like a very secure wall to me, though. So I would not be surprised at all if Havets gets the power and breaks through all of this. There's, of course, that attack, but there's also sacrifices available to take out this infantry, and then you can get to a KO on this tank, and then to a KO on this tank, and then the anti-air can kill the copter. Havets is looking like he's just searching for charge right now. Going for a lot of these side attacks. Ooh. I don't like that, because that anti-air has a job to kill the copter in a scenario, but definitely going to be using the power this turn, because that anti-air got placed in range of 2 artilleries on shoals. We do have the tower shield. This game is peak Javier mirror. Here we have a sacrifice. We have another sacrifice. Okay. Why? Okay, well, I don't like this attack because I don't think the artillery are really the priority for Javier to target down. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. We have a DM11 is also going for some sacrificial attacks here to clear the way. See, that did no damage. 2 damage from a 9 health artillery. Ooh. Oh, okay. DM11 just making sure to have as much charge as possible before going for the normal power. I guess to use the tank to break through here, and now the anti-air can come in and take out this copter. 5 health artillery, single point of damage. It does have a very strong control over here, which is nice. It just walls up. Yeah, build some tanks. Sure. For some reason, Habit's built another artillery. You can see once the powers start rolling, they're not the best units. 1 damage to an anti-air. Recon finishes off that artillery. Copter gets to kill that, or anti-air gets to kill that copter, which is nice. Looks like DM11 decided not to engage on this guy. Just fall back. Big fallback. Habits is ahead in unit value, but down in unit count. Down 7 infantry. Well, that doesn't mean he's got a vehicle advantage. to only be down a few units, but be down 7 infantry. Okay, we have a little breakthrough here to hit this recon, and then another tower shield. DM11. Even with tower shield active, isn't able to kill this infantry. Poor Javier. It's like Von Bolt Mirror, but worse. Stuff just don't die. Okay. They decided not to try and go for this city. Oh. Actually, they managed to do 3 damage to that tank thanks to the chip damage on it. Okay. Just forming walls. just can't get kills. Poor Javier. Is a 130 defense tank. Well, Habits currently only has 110 attack. In this situation, you're going to want to tech up so that you can actually kill units. If you're both just sending tanks at each other that can't even two-shot each other, then not much progress is gonna happen. Ooh, we have an infantry join on the lab. And the infantry just walling up. Copter built. Does get to kill off a tank here. Then fill that spot with an infantry. Going for this capture. Copter very boldly just positioning itself right there. Okay, well, Habits might be able to kill that. Or actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess the anti-airs can't reach. Never mind. The tower shield. I mean, when everything's so close together, and DM11 doesn't have a normal power, there should be some destruction at hand. Managed to do 6 damage. We have a sacrifice to break on through. Save the lab. Attack. Get another attack with an artillery. I mean, if the opposing Javier does not have power up, then the artillery actually do some damage. Recon gets nice 2 damage off of that artillery. This is looking like a very good breakthrough, actually. Almost even got the copter on copter kill. Nice. Anti-air smacks the opposing copter for a lot of damage there. That looks very, very, very good for our habits. Team 11 is able to kill off the copter. A little bit of a breakthrough over here. But there isn't a ton of units here. We'll see if... I guess there's a ton of units. It's just there's not a ton of vehicles. Down to 7 tanks against 11. 1 anti-air. Still up 4 infantry, though. Oh. Nope. I thought that was going to finish this guy off, but no. Okay. Ooh. The infantry are getting some work done, killing off some weakened units in the back. Anti-air goes down. I mean, Habits is still behind in unit count, but like on pace with unit value. Down 6 infantry at the end of DM11's turn, though. Okay. Lots of attacks. Artillery doing their little tickle. Take 2 just for you. Fall back. Go for first strike. A very long brawl. I mean, anti-airs make sense because they can actually kill copters. I would just save up some cash. Either you can try and get some medium tanks to do some hefty damage, or you can go for like some neo tanks, depending on how much you can save up. Exactly, Nova. Yeah. You need to tech up. Okay. I think medium tank is what you'd have to do. I don't know if you could get away with saving up for the neo tank. But those big tanks are usually like answered at the low tech level by artillery, but that's just not going to be an option in this game. The Habits just does not have the cash for that. DM11 is up 2k, so a tech up from DM11 seems possible. It does save 2k in the bank as well. The tower shield from Habits. I'm going to stop this lab cap. And also get some units over here to stop these guys from just taking these properties. The 2k that Habits is down, by the way, is these 2 cities are both. Habits does a base skip for double tank. A little bit of a... We got 2 KO there. The tank dives in. This entire mess. Let's get a kill here. Anti-air scaring off the copter. We got a tank wall going on. And this is looking pretty good for Habits. Fight over here is one. Is able to kind of fall back and gobble up these 2 guys, maybe. Although, I guess this guy's got Javier power on a city. It looks like the money was saved just for a copter. I don't think the copters have been working out too great. The anti-airs have seemed to be a very nice answer to them. Does kill off that tank. There, goes on to the city. Right on the front lines there. Finish off an infantry. 2 more tanks and infantry get built. Team 11 could still go for a medium tank this turn thanks to this income lead. There we go. Medium tank. I'll see how Havits. We'll see how Havits tries to deal with that. Doesn't have. Actually, it's only repairing a single tank, so should be able to. Actually, might have to join because he's going to be 100 gold short, 100 money short of the medium tank infantry build. Does find a sacrificial breakthrough to kill this guy. All right, takes him out. Artillery there. Might be putting some pressure on this city finally. Anti-air falls back. I'm kind of surprised it was left alone. We have a medium tank in response to the medium tank. No. We have copter built, recon built, infantry built. Oh. Now DM11 has a medium tank with nothing opposing it, at least on the same turn. That should be able to get some serious work done. Goes for the city capture in the middle while attacking on the left. There is a tank and a battlecopter over here for Havits. So they're not in this big old fight that DM11 has every single vehicle involved in. Okay. A little breakthrough here, which lets these tanks to get a nice 2 KO, and then the anti-air can finish off the 4 helicopter. And then we have potentially another copter tank kill here, which is looking pretty nice. Kill off another copter. Yeah, I don't think these copters were a good idea. Get a tower shield from Havits. That looked like a very good breakthrough. Hitting this left side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll lose a copter, or at least most of a copter. But definitely worked out. And then another. I don't like this. This like snap copter buy from DM11. 2 anti-airs are already over here. And we do see a breakthrough. We'll be able to take out 1 anti-air. Or at least knock it down to 1. But still don't think it's very worth it to build this guy. Tank infantry. Let's see how Havits actually. Havits might just ignore this medium tank. Try and kill everything around it. Or just run away. So that's to shoot it with an artillery. You can see that does a damage. And then tries to form a little line here. Does enough damage to interrupt this capture. Goes for this capture very safely. A medium tank of his own. The tech ups have happened. DM11 should really put some pressure over here. It's just a single infantry holding down the entire fort. Copter comes in to get a nice 2 KO. Medium tank gets a nice hit on a tank. Does 8 damage. Does open it up to being hit, although do have a medium tank can't reach. So it's just copter, triple artillery. Tank. Kill it off. Okay. Isn't able to get this kill. We really have liked that. The Havits little infantry wall holds the line. Medium tank comes up. Gotta get 2 artillery shots on the medium tank on the shoal when there's no tower shield. That does actually end up doing something there. And then the copter for the finish. Anti-air kills off another copter. Recon blocks. Okay, this is looking very good for Havits now. And got the city to finally even up the economy. It floats 3K. DM11 just resigns. GG, Javier Mirror. Sad rolls. GG. I think DM11 could definitely have won this game. The copter buys, the triple artillery opening wasn't the best, but it seemed to kind of work out. And then I think the copter buys kind of ended up biting him. I think if DM11 had got into medium tanks earlier and gotten multiple of them, I think Habits would have crumbled under the pressure because his economy was not able to afford the same kind of tech up. But GG. Habits is a strong player. Habits saw a lot of nice sacrificial plays to break through. Also, if DM11 had gone for this city right away, I think that would have helped up quite a bit. But GG, nicely played. It was a brutal brawl. Okay, next we have Eixas versus Haadrak. Habits Day. No judgment for Habits. I know both of these players. I've seen Habits, but I've also seen Hadrak on the Advanced Wars by Web Discord. So we'll see how they perform. On my least favorite fog map, Scavenger. This map has, like, these comm towers look pretty contested because they're like in the center, but these are not very easy to contest. So usually all of these, I'll say these captures, like this area, is just automatically going to be to this player. And similarly, all of these captures are just going to go to this player, and then there's like this contested line that goes right down the center. So there's a bunch of these properties that either player could pretty easily manage to snag and get an advantage that way. Least favorite, that means it's a favorite. There's a word written in the water. G D dot sideways A C. It could be G O dot O C. It says GG. Map is toxic. There's a few openings you can go here. The most common one is usually Recon into tank. There's artillery openings. There's transport copter openings. There's some stuff you can do with the harbor to get some nice use of black boats, usually for blocking. If you ignore the dot, it's kind of good. Yeah, it's kind of good. Okay, it looks like Haadrak's going to go for the Recon opener. Breaking this pipe seam can be useful if you want to kind of fight down this way and try and take their HQ. The two fronts are very divided. There's the front up here that's going to fight around this player's HQ, and then there's the one over here that's fighting around this player's HQ. And it's kind of difficult to switch between them because you're like on narrow pathways going through the middle on shoals. Why is this map not beloved by all and showered with universal acclaim? That's because I always come up with very fancy plans for this map, and then my coordination just fails entirely. Because these fronts are so divided, you can try and force your opponent to overinvest in one of them and then strike hard on the other one. But you have to time that out very nicely. Otherwise, you can just kind of get stuck in a slog in the middle or on one of these fronts where you're both just investing a ton of stuff and they just kind of stare off at each other. There's also the opportunity to go for a very fast HQ rush if you go for a double artillery opening and just like walk right on over, which can be surprising to say the least. But because this map has the fronts that are so far away from each other, there's not usually a front that much in the middle. It's not a very nice place to fight. The front switching shenanigans are a lot harder to pull off, which is my kind of my go-to in Fog. There's a potential strike here for this Recon. It'd be a little gutsy. The matchup between Drake and Kindle is one where if Kindle can get an early advantage early on in like the capture phase and early mid game, utilizing the city day-to-day bonus that she gets, then she'll perform very well. But if the game manages to go evenly into the mid to late game, she kind of just dies against Drake and his global damage that just wears her down. As is the case of many COs fighting Drake or Olaf. So far this Recon hasn't really done much other than get hit and provide some nice vision. It didn't die though, so it's still okay. And it looks like Eixas is deciding to go for an attack this way, setting up this artillery to two-shot this pipe seam, as is Kindle's privilege. We're getting plus 40% attack on urban terrain. And we have the double artillery, so that's kind of the classic attack force. And because you're up against, because Eixas is up against Drake, there won't be as much of a worry of the copters that can get built and sent down to the HQ very quickly. So this could be a very scary attack for Drake to hold off, especially if they're not checking the pipe seam health, which should give them some warning that there's going to be something built up. Oh, interesting. Decided not to finish off the pipe seam and move up here with the artillery instead, having this one kind of set up to break it next turn, I guess. Might be a bluff play. I would definitely, if I saw that getting hit, I would anticipate an attack coming in this way. So it could be, although if I saw it didn't get finished off, I would no longer expect an attack coming in this way. I would think there was probably some sort of shenanigans that might hit somewhere else. Ooh. Recon does see the army, decides to finish off that capturing infantry anyway. That will cost his infantry its life, like so. Barely lived, and now it's gone. So it's debatable if that's worth it. We'll see if Drake is able to deny the city for a longer period of time, or if just one of these many other infantry will be able to just take it. Okay, the pipe seam was broken. So this looks like it was more of a defensive play to break this pipe seam, anticipating some sort of move out from Drake, or maybe the idea is to transition into an attack and just use this as kind of a defender's force. Right, guy. I really think global COs are pretty amazing. Wish there were more. They are very strong. Global COs, global damage COs are kind of characterized as the almost like the easy mode, as in their powers are very easy to use and very reliable. And they always scale with the number of units your opponent has, so they can be used effectively both when you're winning to kind of win more, and also to help you get back into a game. And that's why they're kind of considered the easy COs. I would definitely recommend to play a mass damage CO if you're unsure of who you want to play on a map. They're going to always have something going for them. Kindle is also considered very easy because properties are one of the most important things to fight over. She gets a huge attack boost on those, and her normal power is effectively a global damage CO. Is kind of like a global damage power, hitting all opponents' units that are on properties. It looks like both players are just kind of building up forces right now, with a little bit of pressure being put on Haadrak in the center here. The really nicely placed artillery to cover any attack on either of these properties. It looks like Drake is a little unsure of what to do. Sends this infantry forward to get some vision, gonna get taken out. Attacks down here, and then brings this artillery over to lock down the city. With a medium tank on the way. So this is the nice thing you can do is Eixas probably doesn't expect to get this city, but does expect to be able to kill off units to try and stop it. Like so. It's almost like fishing. Fishing for free units to kill off. Gets a nice attack over here. Looks like Eixas is like, this is the opportunity they wanted. I got to take out this tank. Infantry have been kind of sacrificed over here, just trying to get vision. Send in the forces. Lots of copters, which will help give Eixas a unit count advantage, because Drake is not going to be super inclined to build a lot of copters, maybe just a few. Sammy is so easy. I mean, there's infantry everywhere. Okay. Oh. Hadrak decides to attack into this. Get revenge for those fallen comrades. This isn't a very secure wall, of course, because this tank has two sides open. Ooh, this is looking very, very bad for Haadrak, who then builds the battleship. Something I didn't mention, but yeah, you can build battleships on this map to try and hold down usually the HQ area. This is in vision of Eixas, who should probably attack into this, because there's some nice 2-hit KOs, kill this, kill this, kill this, and then you get to strike from a property. And if Eixas can get Urban Blight off of all of that, then the battleship gets hit. Ooh, a very fancy sacrificial attack here. Making sure to go for that before the 2-hit KO so that the spot wasn't already occupied. I like it. Recon kills that infantry. Now we get the Urban Blight, which makes this a nice and easy to kill target. As is that. And this guy can hit over here. This is just if only Eixas had one more tank. Does get that hit. And he goes for this hit. If there was one more tank in this attacking force, could go tank kills this tank, and then the tank attacks from the comm tower. But just short by one vehicle there. Got a really good turn nonetheless, though. And Drake is going to have to pay some serious repair costs on this battleship. He's going to do like one attack and then use the super. Goes for the city. There's the super. Which is going to help Drake a lot. As you can see, did an easy, like, almost 40,000 damage. But I think while that is going to do some nice damage unit value wise, it's not going to make up for the number of units that were lost. Although there's some nice captures coming in over here. So we'll see if that's enough to compensate. It manages to crawl ahead just barely in an urban tile. Yeah, well, it's next to an urban tile, so the copter could have had a decent strike on it. Track. Join cap. Recon comes down. Tank falls back. Falls back over here as well. So it looks like only this capture is going to go through for Haadrak, which is going to kind of counteract this capture going through for Eixas. Ooh, it looks like this one will also go through. Oh, no. Recon doesn't stop it, so something else has to hit that as well. Which might be this infantry. No. Well, I guess the 7 health infantry isn't going to do 5 damage, so it probably doesn't stop it anyway. Okay, so 2 cities fall to Eixas, and as long as these ones don't fall, she'll be okay. Smack. Looking good. Ooh, a nice attack on the anti-air from the city. This medium tank is in the danger zone, as there are multiple artillery lying in wait at this point. Got the bomber on the way. This is something that Hadrak is probably going to be anticipating, is a bomber is going to try and take out the battleship or the medium tank. Hadrak wins by height victory. Even though they're a global damage CO. Okay. Some nice indirect fire. Still hasn't been able to make up the unit count deficit yet. Ooh. There's no anti-air. The anti-airs have just been built, but they're not in range of the battleship. So we'll see if they get in range next turn. The bomber can't hit right now. This is a very vulnerable little wall here. Just infantry. There are some artillery behind it. But I'd be a little wary. Some mechs getting dropped off. Okay. Is it Kindle mech? So if someone hits this tank, then they can strike from the city, which is pretty scary. Bomber moves over here, so it didn't move its full range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if it moved its full range, like over here, then it would be able to threaten the battleship next turn. But it moves just to here, probably just to make sure there's no way that it can be hit by an anti-air from the darkness. It's only covering up to here, so we'll see what the medium tank does. Recon comes over here, and Hadrak moves forward a little bit. Oh, moves the battleship forward. It could also be that Eixas was anticipating that, because now it's in range of this bomber. which could be a very, very sad day for Drake. Does go for the first strike here. Has to do a 2-hit KO to completely kill this, and it gets a nice attack on this artillery. Medium tank comes down here. No fear. If there was a medium tank or even some copters or something, I mean, there's also a bomber, but there's lots of things that could attack from the city and make Haadrak really sad here. Okay. Alright, the bomber goes up, just kills off the medium tank. Didn't see that the battleship was actually in range. It might be better to go after the medium tank anyway, because it is definitely overextended. Get some nice kills over there. Moves up the copters, just of a wall of tanks. Down here, well, some of them have decided to transition up. Fall back. This battleship is in range of these, so it's gonna get a hit off, but there's really not great follow-up for Haadrak down here. Down by a lot in unit value, although it had a lot saved up. Oh no, it didn't. There's a repair cost happened there. Gotcha. Nope. Battleship does get its shot off. But the bomber, very good work. Killed off the medium tank, and you can see how much Eixas is investing in protecting it. It's completely surrounded. Ooh, and okay. The battleship really should have retreated. It does have 2 anti-airs guarding it right now. But, yeah. Knocked down to 4. Another Urban Blight. The breakthrough over here is going to let mech strike from the city with Urban Blight active. Wipes out that tank. And that was the only tank on this entire front. And then the artillery gets hit, so now this guy is completely unchecked. Looks like Haadrak is super dead. And you can also see that the Urban Blights do their toll on the black boat. It's now down to 1 HP. So very easy to pick off. Ooh, look at that. Eixas is like, I might be pretty extended with this bomber, but I think I can still try and protect it. At least protect it from easy single anti-air attacks. And then Haadrak resigns. Yeah, that's looking very over. Very nicely played. If the battleship takes 6 HP in open seas, it would take just 2 to 3 damage in the harbor. No. Because it has... Well, maybe you're right. I'd have to do my math on that. Yeah, the harbor is 3 defense plus the Drake defense. But yeah, GG. Nicely played. And you can see how isolated the armies got there. Yeah, Drake defense is in open seas as well. If that was a battleship with no defenses, then it would have... Okay, I've got time for a really fast one. Try and do this one quick. We have a CatWithYarn. Sensei versus Sammy. That's a matchup. In high funds. Well, Sammy has a hard time in high funds. And Sensei is really good in high funds. So this is going to be... Sensei versus Sammy reg match. Does this count as top Sensei? No, because it's mixed based. Probably. I think it's just going to be even. Top Sensei is talking about if the Sensei is starting at the top of the map, whether or not they're weaker or not. If the Sensei's at the top, then it's a weaker Sensei because the game reads the map from top, like left to right, top to bottom, for filling in the cities with infantry before you hit your unit count limit. So if you're up here and all of your back cities that are far away from the front lines get filled up with the infantry, and then the cities that are closer to the front lines can no longer get filled up because you run out of unit count space, then you're a lot weaker than if you were the bottom Sensei and your frontline cities are the ones that get filled up first. Which is what top Sensei being weaker than bottom Sensei is all about. In this case, it's probably not going to matter too much because it's mixed base. We are both on the top and on the bottom. So you're going to have fronts pretty much everywhere. And this is a high funds map with these island comm towers, and both sides have these airports that are kind of staring at each other. This one, of course, gets online much faster, so this comm tower usually falls to this player, and then this one falls to this player. Very common to see a carrier built on this map, built right from this harbor, and then just kind of sails its way up here and locks this airport safely in the water. You'll see that happen a lot. These comm towers are somewhat contested, lots of fighting over them, and the fronts kind of form like this region will be a front, and this region will be a front, and here and here. Games can often end with one of these solo bases getting overrun, or both labs falling. I will go through it quickly. Ooh, a very fast mech from the Sammy player. I would not anticipate that. We got the quick copter from Sensei to put pressure on up here. I would usually go with a T-copter first, I think. But, oh, actually, the copters are heading straight over to the middle to contest these captures. Oh my gosh, we have the spicy missile buy from Sammy. Unfortunately, it was built in range of the copter. It just gets first struck. And its backup unit, the rocket, is not able to cope with that. But there we go. We have the double anti-air built. You're going to want lots of anti-airs. Against Sensei, he's going to have a lot of infantry and a lot of copters because he has really strong copters. The mech buys over here are a little weird because they're so slow. They're going to take quite a while to get to the front lines. We have the rocket follow-up on the mechs. Really don't want to delay this airport for so long because this is high funds and you can really afford to build from all of your production facilities if need be. We got the Neo Tank coming out from Sensei. This game is looking like it's going to be over very quickly. The Neo Tank is going to be able to clean up these anti-airs, so then the copters can get much more pressure in. And they're also really good against these rockets because the rockets right now do not have very many blockers. So even though the rockets do pretty good damage to Neo Tanks, you can see the power of the Sensei normal power is going to completely overwhelm Sammy. This base was already being overwhelmed. Bam, we got 48 to 20 units right now. And when Sensei uses this power, all of those infantry can move and attack. We got 48 to 18 units, but Sammy does have Victory March. Can actually take this lab. It sadly doesn't have... Oh, wait. I think Sammy can... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sammy can win right here. Can just use the super anti-air, clears the 7 health infantry. Mech takes takes this lab, and this infantry takes this lab, and that's a win by capture. Victory March. What? No. Okay. That's Sammy asserting dominance right there, saying, I can beat you, no powers needed. Sensei got really lucky there. That would have been GG. But because Sammy is going for the no super route, instead we're just gonna have a huge number of infantry kind of overwhelming Sammy. Comm tower is being captured right now, or not, is about to be captured. We've got mega tanks built from Sammy. The Neo tank just moved right into mega tank range. These mega tanks are gonna get some really nice attacks this turn. What? CatWithYarn decides to delete a couple infantry. Okay. Oh, from more builds. What? This mega tank decided it's too good for hitting Neo tanks. It goes for the tank instead. This infantry is too good for even, or this mech is too good for even attacking other infantry. We got lots of mega tanks built, and then Sammy loses by capture. Sammy could have stopped that. The mech could have just hit this guy instead. But there you go. That's a fast game. GG. Sensei might actually be good on this map with 70 unit cap. Yeah, I can see that. You can see that the map's really big, and Sensei reached that 50 units really quickly. You're calling that a Sammy win? Sammy was too honorable to use powers. You played that really... I thought you played pretty well. I mean, obviously letting Victory March threats happen is not great, but the copter pressure followed up by Neo tank pressure seemed good. Pretty much overwhelmed the base up here. I don't choose what my game is featured as. That's just YouTube. She didn't want to win by cheese. Exactly. It's route or nothing. I thought for sure it was going to happen once the anti-air actually came in and killed this guy. I think both of these guys can actually do it. That's okay. GG. Hope you guys enjoyed. I gotta figure out which of these buttons is Apple. That's one's Apple. GG. Well played. Again, Apple. Hope everyone had fun. I have to go back and work on my finals. If you'd like, you can join my Patreon in the description and help support the streams and videos. Apple, you don't want it. It's right here. Take it.